Looking for unbeatable deals? Look no further than Shop 24, your go spot for incredible discounts and savings. From local dining and entertainment to grocery stores and everything you need, we've got deals you won't find anywhere else. But hurry, these hot deals are limited and going fast. Grab your phone and call now. Don't let these savings slip away. Join me, Kip Chappell, with Shop 24 every Monday at 6:30 p.m. Tune in.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. We're live here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Leading off today, we have the Childersburg Tigers with head coach Johnny Johnson, who's entering his 5th season at the helm of the Tiger program. Representing the Tigers today, we have Ethan McKinney, Tate Truss, and Jacob Johnson. The Tigers compete in Class 3A, Region 4, and they open up their season at Fayetteville on August the 23rd.
All right.
Thank y'all guys for having us here. Let me introduce some of my guys here. He has to do something like you got Ethan McKinney right here. He played fullback, linebacker for. He'll be a senior. Then you got Jacob Johnson right here. He played quarterback for us, and you got Tate Truss, fullback, defensive end. Right now we're having a great summer. We got a lot of guys coming out to practice and work out for us. Looking for a great year. We didn't get over the hump last year, finishing 4-6. We won a game away from last year to get in the playoff, but we're trying to finish this year. We want to be a physical football team that's on both sides, defense and offense. We're going to throw a lot of things at you, but again, we just been working, been improving. Again, when everybody there, we got 71 kids playing Childersburg football. 71.
Coach Namath with East Alabama Now. You guys had some success this summer with 7-on-7s. You won the FCA 7-on-7, which had some good competition. So just kind of talk about the summer and kind of talk about your skill players.
We got some great skill guys. You got Devin Williams, Tay Freeman. We had Ethan. We got Tay. Jacob threw the ball really well for us. His first year going to be running all offense, controlling and managing our offense for us. We got T. Hood. We got Terrence Hood playing both ways. We got some pretty good skill guys. But, we still got to have the guys up front to block. But we're so very proud of it that to go to win the FCA.
Bruce Carr. Which is very unusual these days and so forth. Is that one thing that you're looking to do more of in the 2024 season? And then what about breaking out from that? And I know you did break out from that every once in a while in that game, but pretty much you lined up and just ran right at Sylacauga and it worked. Is that something you're looking forward to doing again this coming season? Oh, definite. We got told again we want to be a physical up front. I'm old school. I like the wishbone. I wish you can see my lineman face when we do go in the wishbone. We got Tay right here, Truss playing that fullback. So we think a big physical guy we can give the ball to. You got Ethan too. He play the tailback out of that set. But we're gonna move it around. We're gonna spread it out. We're gonna give you different looks. But we're going to go with things that work. We can be physical up front and we'll stay in it. We can spread you out because we got some skilled guys we're going to get the ball to. So we're going to, when you play us, you're going to see different things. So we give you opportunity to practice on different things on defense, what we might bring to the table.
Trent Garrison, John Sendouts. Jacob, how have you been preparing to step into the quarterback role following Chris Swain's departure?
Basically just drills, working on the offense, going over the offense with the skill guys and the linemen, and just working all together to become a unit on the offense side of the ball.
Michael Short, high school football, Alabama. Coach, you mentioned your roster. Could you give me maybe how many seniors and juniors you have, and then maybe returning starters on offense and defense?
11 seniors. We got a ton of juniors, and a ton of sophomores. Returning, again, you got Ethan that played linebacker for a long time for us, been there with me for a while. Say Trust at defensive end. You got Cameron Estelle that been playing center as a freshman. You got Hezekiah Parker, left tackle, been playing as a sophomore. Tyrone Hood, corner, second year. Cameron Smith, he'll be a sophomore, playing outside backer. We got a ton of guys that we can go not playing both ways, but yes, the returning guys. We count on these guys right here, even though Jake was a sophomore, but he got to be that leader on offense for us and manage our offense. Ethan and Tay got to be the guys on our defense side that have been there before to have us be successful, what we want to do on the defense side. Then we got Devin and Tay, two on our skill guys that we can be able to get the ball to. Again, and Cameron Smith got to be one of our outside backer. We got some guys that we feel like can be really good for us. We can't say they still young, some of them young, but now they got experience. So we can't say you young no more. Now it's due time for us to get in the playoff. We got a tough region, with Lee Scott coming in, Glenwood. You still got Coleman moved up from 2A, great year that Coach Foster have. So we got a tough region, but I think we're capable of go winning and getting in the playoff.
One other question for me. Tell me about, and this is a question you probably don't get asked a lot, but it's probably the difference in a lot of football games. Just tell me a little bit about your kicking game. How you feel about your kicking game?
Hey, well, I actually went for two out of everything when we scored. So I brought Coach Gammer on. He our soccer coach. So he took over our kicking game for us, trying to find me some field goal kicker and kickoff guy. But we got Devin. He punt for it. He really can punt good. But that's a different ball game, special team. So we were definitely working on that a lot. But that's why I got Gamma on board. Brought him in from soccer to help us out with that.
Smart move.
Coach, you lose Welborn, Saxon, Weaver, but you had two schools in Glenwood School and Lee Scott Academy that probably don't know a ton about. So just kind of assess your region, which is kind of the same, but you lose three and add two.
Again, you got Randall County, physical football team. Beauty's in there. Got Davil. But, we don't know a lot about Lee Scott and Glenwood, but we know they play good football. So we just got prepared for every week for a tough region game. So, again, we know what's on the table. We got to take care of us, we got to be that, again, I'm going to keep saying we got to be a physical football team. We got to control the ball on offense. We got to attack on defense.
Jermaine Moore with East Alabama now. Ethan, so you play both sides of the football. What is it like just maintaining that conditioning and just maintaining your breath when you have to go out there on both sides?
I mean, mostly I just like try to take it play at a time. Like, I don't really try to like rush it all too much. Like, I just do what I got to do regardless.
Trey, what about you?
We just condition every day at practice, getting ready for the season, so we can be able to play both sides of the ball at a high level.
Coach, one more question. So you guys were one win short from making the playoffs. What did the team now this year show you that you can be able to get over that hump and make the playoffs this year?
Commitment, unit. Got to show up. They put the work in. We know how to finish. The biggest thing now, we got to be able to finish. We had the opportunity, but we didn't get it done. But they just showing now the commitment. Surprised me the time when we got everybody there and we're doing the work and putting the work in.
Derek Chapman with Central Alabama Standouts. This question is to Ethan. How do you prepare mentally and physically before a big game?
Well, I like to kind of be off to myself and just kind of like focus on what I got to do in the game to make sure that we win.
This one's for Coach Johnson, Coach Jim Jacobs, FNN Network. It seems like since you took over the program a couple of years ago that you've kind of tried to change the pace of Childersburg football to a more up-tempo type spread scenario. Can you talk about how you feel you've progressed in that area?
We're getting close. Our kids love fast. Our kids love to play fast, and they love some physical football too. So we're just trying to mold. We got them skill guys that we feel like we got to get the ball to, because if you don't play fast, some of the guys don't like to play football. They want to be fast, and and I've been around that fast, been around the physical play. But I think that the type of kids we got, that skill, the lineman I got, that we can play both. But I like to spread. I like to play fast.
Bruce Carr again with B101. This is for the players. Guys, first of all, I want to ask Jacob. Jacob, what's it like playing for your dad?
It's not really different. He gonna get on me more than anybody else, though, for sure. But it's been good so far.
I've known your dad for a long time. He's a great guy, and I can see that. The other two, and actually this is for you too, Jacob. Guys, what is it like playing for Coach Johnson? I know he can be tough, but that's being a football coach. What is it like though playing for Coach Johnson at Childersburg?
It's good playing with Coach Johnson. He's gonna get on us, but him getting on us just gonna make us want to work harder for him not to get on us more. And just keep pushing and do better.
He definitely got a character on him, so like he gonna make sure we do what we gotta do, and I feel like that help us like build us for like life on after high school and football.
Trenton Garrett, Central Alabama Sendouts. This question is for Tate Trush. What specific skills or aspects have you been focusing on this summer?
I've been focusing on all of them, trying to be an all-around player for the team, help us go win. We get to a playoff, make a statement.
Michael Short, High School Football, Alabama. This is for the players. Each one of you answer these two questions. Tell me a little bit about what your individual goals are for this year, and then most importantly, what are your team goals for this year?
My individual goal, I feel like my goal is to like this is my senior year, so I want to at least end it off right. And for the team goal, I just want us to get into the playoffs because it's been a while since we've been there.
Individually, I say lead the team, lead the offense. As a team, definitely get in the playoffs.
As a team, get in the playoffs, go make a run. We know we can. We got the guys. And individually, control the offense, control the defense. Like we know we can.
Coach, they asked Jacob about getting to play for you, but what about you from your perspective? What's it like to get to coach?
It's different, you know. I get on him pretty hard, but y'all don't understand though. My wife get on him harder than I do. She really on him about what things he do, but you know, we talk a lot about what we got going on. But you know, we get in the car, we don't talk about what happened at practice. So I keep that away right there. But on the field, I really get on him a little bit about that. Then you know, it's good to go up to him, say what you think, what you want to run on offense, because he really getting to know what we want to do. But I can't wait to see him to be a leader, to lead this team on Friday night, because his opportunity to lead us and be successful. But yeah, I'm just proud of him, the work he put in. He get in, you know, and the work he had progress from last year to this year as a quarterback.
Coach, do you coach his position?
No, I got Coach Dunn who do. I don't coach position.
I hired somebody at Heflin one time to coach my son because I was not going to coach him. Smart man.
Coach, we'll go to you to ask you what goes into your process of why you brought these three young men off the team today, and then to each of the players, what does it mean to you to be able to come here today and represent Childersburg Tiger football to everyone watching and listening around the area?
All right, let me start with Ethan first. Ethan is my leader. He's my senior. He's been with me. I text him and say, hey, make sure the guy's here. I count on him to be that team leader. I count on him in the weight room. I count on him when we start practicing, get everything going. He should have him in the flex line before I get there. That type of kid I want him to be as a senior, because, you know, it's his senior year. He got to be able to lead, you know, college and whatever he want to do, be that man they can show the leadership from. Jacob is here because he's going to be the quarterback this year. He got to become a leader, you know, a sophomore. The guys got to be able to count on him. He's got to start showing that leadership. Even though my son, they know that I get on him rough in front of them. Sometimes I know I think Daddy just getting on me, just be getting on me, but just the little things. But I think he's gonna be a good leader for our offense, and then he still got to be overall for the whole team for us to be successful. You got Tay. Finally got him back a year ago playing football. Tay do a lot for us. He a monster on the defensive end side of the ball over there. He's going to be a monster for us at that fullback. He can catch the ball out the backfield. But leadership, you got guys here that you got these 2 guys play 3 sports. You got Ethan play 2 sports. So they're going to be seen around the school, and you got to be a good leadership in the way they carry themselves in the school. And that means a lot right there. But Tay is a good guy, senior. Going to have a great future for himself, but just the leadership that we need on the team.
I just feel like it was kind of a good little honor for him to take me with him today, because, I mean, like he said, I've been in the program for a while, and ever since I was like a freshman, I always wanted to come here with him, and it's good that he brought me with him.
Like you said, I'm the quarterback, so be able to showcase the team, show like we coming to get in the playoffs and just be a leader.
It's nice to come here and bring it here. We gotta show our face, let us know what Chillsburg about.
Ethan, you said that you were kind of you wanted to be a leader for the team. That was your individual goal. Would you say you're more of a vocal leader or a lead by example kind of guy?
I kind of put it like in the middle, cause like I can be vocal and I can lead by example.
Okay, if there are no further questions, that will wrap up our opening session with the Chillsburg High School Tigers and Coach Johnny Johnson. Good luck this season, Coach and players. Next up, we'll have the Talladega High School Tigers and first-year head coach, Damian Dorsey.
Bonanza, the famous Western television series, is now on WOIL TV47. Join Little Joe, Hoss, Adam, and Ben Cartwright on the Ponderosa every weekday morning at 8 a.m. Fist fighting, chicken chasing, gunslinging, and more. Join us for Coffee and Bonanza every weekday morning at 8 a.m. on TV47.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear the roads of Alabama calling. Tony Sarah Ford has your answer. We offer a great selection of Ford and pre-owned inventories and the Sarah Promise. During our Make It Ford summer sales event, take home a 2023 F-150 with 1.9% APR or up to $6,000 in bonus cash, or a new Explorer with 0% APR and $800 bonus cash, plus no payments for 90 days. Alabama can be yours to discover in a new vehicle from Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga.
There's a lot in life to smile about. Are loose dentures or missing teeth keeping you from enjoying the things you love? Don't miss out on enjoying life's precious moments. You can be you again with affordable mini dental implants. You can smile again, laugh out loud, and have your self-confidence back. Let us help you make it memorable.
I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
Great. What am I going to do now?
Time to visit Brown's Auto Collision.
No problem at all. We've contacted your insurance company and we can get you back into original condition right away. And I just want to remind you, that all of our work is covered by a lifetime warranty. We're done.
Wow, that was easy and looks great.
Brown's Auto Collision,
where quality is no accident.
Come on, coach.
The 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, we have the Talladega High School Tigers. First-year head coach Damian Dorsey. We'd like to welcome him back to the area. With Coach Dorsey today representing the Tigers, we have Zay Lyles, Jay Jones, and Jaden Pena. The Tigers compete in Class 4A Region 3. They open up their season as they play host to White Plains on Thursday night, August the 22nd.
Just trying to start with your opening comments.
Well, first off, we're definitely blessed to be here and very grateful and honored today. Can't tell you enough. These three seniors we have here, we're blessed to have them here. They've been through a storm here since February, trying to battle back, and we're just awfully grateful and honored today. Thank you.
Coach Jim Jacobs, FNN Network. What have you tried to accomplish over the summer to kind of turn this thing around a little bit? I mean, obviously 0-10 is not where you want to be, but it's got to start somewhere. So what do you feel like are the key points that you had to make to the team this summer to get you guys ready for a season?
Well, building any house, you have to start with the foundation. So our motto is brick by brick, and that's really encompasses starting from the ground up with the kids. First thing I did, we got there, we just worked on the social part, just handshakes, eye contact, understanding what it's about, not just football, but, you know, we deal with so much. I preach my thing is manhood disguised as football, you know. That's what it is. You know, we have manhood things, everything we do, and shaking hands is the first part of showing integrity. And that's what we want to build there, brick by brick with the kids, just have integrity, being there, being accountable and responsible young men.
Namath Pitts with East Alabama Now. This is for the players, obviously in a positive way. What is a positive change you've seen since Coach Dorsey took over?
The atmosphere has changed, and like it's just been great. Come in, work, just I don't know. He changed it when he walked through the door.
He made an absolute change. Saying, like Coach Zaguirre, young man, me, young man. He's a man. He taught me the ropes around here. You know, last year I didn't play. I was hurt, but ever since then he welcomed me in, raised me like one of his own.
I mean, he give the same care and respect for everybody. He don't treat nobody different. It's like, it don't matter who you are, he gonna care for you.
Coach, you were the head coach at TCC well over 10 years ago. You took them to the playoffs in the second year. Now TCC's obviously no longer a school. So for you, being back in Talladega, at Talladega, and you thought any about, hey, the last time you were in Talladega, you were at TCC, which isn't even open anymore, but also, what was it about Talladega that said, hey, this is the job to come back to the area that, you know, I've been at before?
Well, I just want to say I'm grateful for my time at Talladega County Central. Man, the kids there taught me a lot. They were very inspirational in me. They believed in what I was talking about, and, man, God allowed us to have some change there. And now here in Talladega, it's the same. You know, the people, the community, the kids. I mean, it means a lot to me.
Trenton Garrett, St. John Sendouts. Coach Dorsey, this is your first year coaching in Talladega with a tough schedule ahead. How do you prepare your team mentally and physically for the Challenge Region games?
Well, we got a tough region, and so we're just taking it, you know, day by day, really. Reading this book, Atomic Habits, we're just talking about 1% better. You know, I'm challenging the kids to get 1% better. I challenge my coaches to get 1% better. I challenge myself every day to get 1% better. I mean, I'm there every day to 7 o'clock p.m. So I know what I'm doing. We'll show in the kids first, and then they're going to show on the field.
Coach Michael Short from High School Football Alabama. Could you give us an idea, and you may not be totally set yet, about your roster number and maybe how many seniors and juniors you got to break down?
Well, right now we're dealing with 7 seniors, and the junior class is looking at around 13. So they're the bulk of the team right now. I'm looking at 30 to 35 players, and I call them soldiers because that's what we're doing. Is, you know, we're making young men for Talladega. We're not sending boys out from our program. When they leave here, they will be men.
Coach, I know you have a heavy presence on social media. I guess I'm there because I see you. And I appreciate what you do for that, for your kids, wherever you've been. I can remember back when you were with out there in the middle of that field out there in West Anniston working with kids on, you know, the extra things that a lot of times some coaches forget about. Are you still big into that, here, being here at Talladega, you know, speed and conditioning and all the extra little things that you could do?
Oh, yes, I'm still big into training kids. You know, I just don't publicize because other coaches get mad about me. But I'm not recruiting your kids. I'm here just for the love and passion of what I do. You know, mostly I've switched now to quarterbacks. Got a couple of quarterbacks who did pretty well in their careers, you know, and we still do some of the training now. You know, some of the kids, and even the kids are taking the training and showing their friends, you know. So they taking some of my techniques, and I just love training kids. You know, that's what I'm about.
Well, one important thing, and I know you know this, is have you had a chance yet, maybe not, to implement what you're going to do with your varsity players and on down into our youth leagues? That's the big key.
Yeah, that's the key, man. We're so blessed. We're trying to work with the city now, you know. That's what we need to have. You know, we want to start with the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th graders right there and get them involved in what we're doing. and just try to spread the love of football, because we have to have it. You know, football's the last game that we can see young boys come in. You know, and we definitely need that. And I'm willing to do anything I can to work with the city, work with Parks and Rec, anything I need to do. We definitely been in touch through one of my coaches, so that's what we're trying to do. You know, we definitely need Parks and Rec and the youth leagues here to win a championship. I mean, we're not here trying to sugarcoat anything. I mean, that's the whole grind of what we're doing. We're not here just to lose ball games. I mean, the days of Talladega being a doormat are over.
Derek Chapman here with Central Alabama Standouts. Coach, no doubt about it, the incoming freshman that's coming in this season had an amazing season last year. How much do you believe they will contribute to the program, and how soon?
Well, we're going to have some kids contribute right away. I mean, we had one of those kids, Jacaden Young, started in the spring game at safety. So, I mean, that's what we're doing. If you are a baller, I mean, we can recognize you based on what we need from that person. We're going to have some kids that finish their middle school season who are going to come up and contribute right away. So, I mean, these seniors know that, you know, their time is now and the future is right there with them. So, I mean, we're bringing them close and hand in hand. So we're not saying wait the next year. If you can play, you will play.
Coach Dorsey, Bruce Carr with B101 FM in Sylacauga. Obviously, you're not new to this area. You were at TC for a while. You're back at Talladega. How has the city and the parents and so forth accepted you into this new role? Because you know that's very, very important. If you don't have the support of your city and your parents and the fans of Talladega and the students at Talladega High School, it's going to be tough. And I know you want to change that mentality, because losing's not fun. Everybody knows that, and nobody wants to lose. And but what has it been like? How have you been accepted as far as the new coach at Talladega High School?
Well, I just want to say from Mayor Ashton Hall to Superintendent Dr. Lee to Principal Marvin Molden, each one of them have contributed to us, to the success of where we are right now. I mean, they single-handedly come in and say, Coach, what do you need? Provided for us and done everything that they absolutely can to help us. We're still working with the community. We still working. We do Tigers Care, community action response effort. That's what we do. We go around, we volunteering, helping, and let the parents know that we're not just taking your kid and using them for football, but we're using football as a springboard to something great in their life.
This is for the players. Just kind of talk about some of your individual goals for this season, then also talk about your team goals for this season.
It's for the players.
My team goal is to make it to the playoffs. Mostly win. We ain't never won, so I just want to know what it feel like to win a game, make it to the playoffs.
Same thing as him. I just want to win some games, make it to the playoffs, and that's about it.
Just like them, I want to win some games, make it to the playoffs, hopefully continue my career playing football in college.
Jermaine Moore, East Alabama now. This question is for the players. So obviously Coach Dorsey has kind of instilled that mentality that it's more than just football, but he's trying to mold you into being great men. How has that already impacted you guys in different areas?
How can I say this?
It impacted me a lot. I mean, coach make us go out and try to be a man. That's what I'm saying. So.
It impacted me in a lot of different ways, as in just by shaking a man's hand, looking him in the eyes, talking, you feel me, sitting up straight. And he done taught me a lot in this short time already, so I'm just thankful and blessed.
I never had a dad in my life, so he been treating me like a dad ever since I got here, and like he just bring me up, and like every time I meet somebody, he makes sure I shake their hand, look them in the eye, and everything.
Coach, just kind of talk about the weight room. What have you guys been doing in the weight room? And for the players, is there anything different in terms of the weight room with what Coach Dorsey's doing now?
Well, it's not me. I have a coach, Jerry Atterbury, and God is so good. He is a former college coach who coached one of my centers from Park Crossing, and 6 degrees of separation. And so I was able to obtain him and gave him the weight room. I mean, he's brought in a system that we've had some guys gain 20 pounds over the last 3 or 4 months. So, I mean, just the weight room atmosphere, he brings the energy. And, I mean, the kids could tell you, how do y'all feel about, what you've seen yourself?
The energy is different. Like, you not finna walk in there and walk around and do nothing. You going in the weight room and you gonna work, you feel me? The energy great.
Yeah, like he said, I love the energy. He make us work a lot. We gonna get big, so.
Coach Thorpe, high school football, Alabama. Coach, give me, and I know you want to answer this, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask you. Can you talk a little bit about your 7-on-7 this summer? Maybe some good things that have happened with your OTAs and your 7-on-7s.
Well, we've done some surprisingly good things to the community, but it's no surprise to us because we practice hard and kids know what they're doing. So, I mean, I don't know why anybody would be surprised when you add commitment and hard work together. So, I mean, we had some good success. We've lost and we've won. I get upset because I want to win every game, but the kids, just listening to them, they said, Coach, we've won more in 3 months than we've won in 3 years. So that brings you down. And it humbles you. It humbles you. He ain't been doing 7-on-7.
Oh, yeah. Well, like he said, though, we done won, I want to say, way more than the past 3-4 years because we were 1-29, you feel me? We only won 1 game in the last 3 years, and we done won way more, like, and it's just a blessing, you feel me? Hard work and dedication.
Like you said, it was a blessing. I never played 7-on-7 in my life. When we went, I was pretty nervous. I'm walking up to coach, saying, Coach, I'm scared. I ain't never did this before. Coach is like, do you? It'll be great. And if you mess up, you mess up. He say, play by play. You mess up next play gonna be your best play. So.
Play by play has a lot to do with like laying bricks.
Brick by brick. Yes, sir.
Brick by brick.
Coach, most people probably focus on your skilled players because you certainly have some talented skilled players, but talk about up front in the trenches. What are you guys going to look up front?
Man, those guys, we're going to have some 9th graders. Caleb Green. We're going to have some sophomores, Justin Carmichael, Jaden Pena, senior, Tyler Floyd, a junior, and Jeremiah Phillips. Man, listen, this kid, Jeremiah Phillips, is a
dog, ball player, everything.
He's a special needs kid.
For real.
He's going to play.
Coach Jim Jacobs, FNN Network. Obviously, Talladega has had plenty of athletes over the years, but unfortunately the football program hasn't mimicked the skill level that's been within the halls of the school. You've been around this area a long time. Why is that, and what do you think it's going to take to really turn things around for the program to become steady long term?
They got other things to do to keep their mind on football. Football is hard. It's not easy. It's not easy. It challenges you. I mean, everybody wants it easy now, The kids don't want to be challenged. We got to hold them accountable, We have to make men, and you can't be a man not being consistent. You know, you have to be there consistently every day, and so it's a challenge to some of them because of how they were raised. And so when you're not raised in that environment, and then now you come into an environment that's different, you know, two things are going to happen. You're going to accept it or you're going to run away. And so I've reached out to every kid. Trust me, they've seen me 10,000 times in that hallway, you know, talking to them and asking them to be out there. Now we're down to the men. You know, what you see up here are the men of Talladega who are going to be the community stakeholders. You know, they're going to be the game changers of the community. And you have those that don't want to be. I mean, it's just that simple.
Coach, do me a favor. You've got a special lady there at your school, and you'll know her. I know you knew her brother. But tell her I said hello. She was a former cheerleader sponsor of mine. She played basketball for me. Miss Cantrell.
Cantrell, yeah.
I think she's your cheerleader sponsor.
Yes.
She does a great job because she's still wearing red and black.
Yeah.
Tell her I said hello, and maybe what she means, along with all your other people there within the school, that you have found her backing you up in your football program.
Football is a collaboration of many people. So I'm just right here just speaking for the group. I mean, that's really it. She does a great job in helping us. Her, Miss Cantrell, Miss Tucker, and Mrs. Visa, all the football and cheerleader sponsors. So we all work together, collaborate, you know. I support them, they support us. I mean, that's really what Brick by Brick is. It's a connection. You know, we're all on it together, holding up the same wall, building the same wall, and we're here for the kids. They're definitely there for the kids because they do it. I mean, they don't do cheerleading for the money. They do it year-round. They volunteer. They do everything at the school necessary behind the scenes to help football.
Trent and Garrett, since y'all on send-outs, this question is for the players. How do you prepare mentally and physically for a big game?
Music. Just listen to music and go sit in a quiet spot and just meditate, think about the big plays I'm gonna make, and just leave it at that and pray.
Like you said, think about the big plays, be by yourself and pray.
I just be by myself. Sometimes I be asking my coach, Adalberry, like, to go over plays with me so I won't make a mistake during the game and just try to get my all.
Derek Chapman with Central Alabama Standouts. This question is to Zay Lyles. How do you keep the newcomers motivated and not to give up?
It really ain't me, it's him. I ain't gonna lie, you feel me? Everything he came in with that mindset, like, you feel me? Like, we not gonna quit, you not gonna give up. So, you feel me? It went from him and just trickled down through the coaches, through the players and everything. So, like, it's really like, I'm just enforcing what he said, you feel me? Like, okay, if you got Trail of Tears, you're not finna quit, you feel me? I'm gonna help you get through it, you feel me? But you're not gonna quit on me, like. And that's gonna be in the game, too. When the game get hard, you can't quit on me. We done been through too much, you feel me?
Coach Dorsey, what made you bring these specific players with you to media day today?
Yeah, it's the chain of command. He just said it, you know. Right now, I'm just the general, then the colonels, and they are the lieutenants. So, you know, these young men here are the next men we're putting out. So we might as well give them an opportunity to speak for themselves right now, what they're going through. And they've been the most consistent. And that's really what, you know, you get rewarded for your work. So, I mean, they've been the most consistent young men there. They're seniors, and we had a meeting yesterday talking to them about, you know, we need to go from a coach-led team to a player-led team. That's what's going to take us to the playoffs. You know, if we continue to be a coach-led team, we're going to win some games and have some success, but we won't reach a goal. You know, the goal is to make the playoffs. That's what we're fighting for. So when you see us on the field, know that our guys are scrapping and scraping for the goals that we've set.
One more for Coach and the players. We get a chance to travel around and see a lot of different stadiums over the years doing the games on TV like we do, but there's just something that's special and different about playing at Mary Dumas Stadium. The walls, there's the place just reeks of heritage. Coach, talk about your facility there a little bit and the guys, what it means to play there at home.
Well, I played in there as a player, my senior year for Anderson. We had success, and I love the atmosphere simply because of how it is. It's kind of a college field stadium. We're definitely working on getting a scoreboard that can match the stadium, and Dr. Lee is doing an awesome job with making preparations for what we've been doing. But I just love the fact that, we get a chance to fill it up and bring some excitement to Talladega, No matter what's happened in the future, in the past, doesn't matter to me. Every day that we're trying to build 1% better. And so we want the community to come out, fill up the stadium, support the kids, let the kids know, hey, that we love them, win, lose, or draw. Kids need to be loved, and that's what we do. We coach with love, and we want to say, fill the stadium up because, I love it, absolutely. I love the grass, basically, I do.
Coach Dorsey, real quick, I know we're getting ready to wrap up. A common theme that I've heard is from you and from the players itself is that, one, you want to win some games. Talladega's had a hard time with that here lately. The other thing that I've heard is you want to make the playoffs. And you've got to make the playoffs, you got to finish either first, second, or third, or fourth in your region. Talk to us a little bit about your region and what it looks like moving forward in 2024.
Man, we have a great region. We have, Hanley's the beacon of what we're doing, so they're the stronghold, and anybody else after them is trying to make the playoffs just like we are. So, we respect all opponents, but we fear no one, and they're gonna get our best shot, and we're gonna get their best shot. I know we've been 0-20, whatever it is, doesn't matter to me. We're talking about 2024, 25 season. So, the kids know that, it's just a mindset of, anybody that we play, better make sure you play.
How many teams are in your region, Coach?
I think 7 right now, including us, man. So, we have Hanley, Tallahassee, BTW, St. James, Bullitt County, us, Montfort, so there's going to be some big games and some great opponents. We got some great players, Montfort with Tank. I used to train him back in the day, so, I know exactly what I've seen him for 10 years now, and, man, he's going to be a handful, so it's a bunch of teams and a bunch of players, and so, we're not scared. We just want to go out and have some fun. Yes, sir.
Coach, you mentioned the Mumford game as part of being a region game, but isn't that a Thursday night game this year? So all the focus in this area could wind up on your stadium that night.
Absolutely. That's that's the whole idea of Thursday games. Showcasing your talent, showcasing the kids. Basically, that's what it's about. Showcasing the kids and putting them on Thursday night because now, somebody goes out and have a big game, it gets the ears of college scouts. We get to sell those kids. We get to sell our program. That's what we're about, These 3 guys here are college eligible, right now, with 3.0s and 3.2s. So that's what it's about, and that's the reason, they're gonna be the ones that try to go out and get a scholarship, basically.
Okay, if there are no further questions for Coach Dorsey and the Talladega Tigers, that'll wrap up our session with Talladega High School. Next up, we'll have Coach Matt Zedeker and the Lincoln High School Golden Bears. Good luck to Coach Dorsey and the Talladega Tigers this season.
Thank you.
Our first date was taking his boat out across to Long Island.
And we just hit it off.
He was very loving and affectionate.
We were living, I would say, our best life.
I got that knock on the door.
And she said, Joe was in danger and he was shot and he was in the hospital.
I went outside and just threw myself on the ground.
Within days of Michael's passing,
Tunnel to Towers reached out to me
and said that they were going to pay my mortgage.
They also provide emotional supports to us.
Their help my kids to be more safe.
I am Frank Silla. I'm asking you to support the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as we pay off the mortgages for fallen first responders and Gold Star families who die in the line of duty. Visit T2T.org or call 1-844-BRAVEST.
Bandits Bar and Grill is your stop for great food, family fun, and live music. Wednesday night, it's Cornhole Tournament. Thursday night, Biker Night. Don't forget about the live music too. Great steaks, full bar, awesome appetizers, wings, nachos, tacos, and fried catfish. Stop in today or give us a call at 256-369-2920. That's Bandits Bar and Grill on Fort Williams and Sylacauga.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear the roads of Alabama calling. Tony Sarah Ford has your answer. We offer a great selection of Ford and pre-owned inventories and the Sarah Promise. During our Make It Ford summer sales event, take home a 2023 F-150 with 1.9% APR or up to $6,000 in bonus cash, or a new Explorer with 0% APR and $800 bonus cash, plus no payments for 90 days. Alabama can be yours to discover in a new vehicle from Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga.
The all-new Marble City Pharmacy in Sylacauga is your destination for the highest quality health care. Our remodeled and expanded pharmacy gives us the space to serve more patients. We've added a drive-through window for those times when you don't feel like getting out of your vehicle. And we still offer delivery within city limits. We feature a full line of over-the-counter medications and supplements. And don't forget our stunning new gift department. New building, same great people. Marble City Pharmacy, here for life.
Yeah, I'm watching it too. I see them every day.
Curtains. They're always drawn in this place.
I know.
That guy seems like he's in charge of it. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
Everybody ready? Would like to welcome everyone back to the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, have Coach Matt Zedeker and the Lincoln High School Golden Bears. Coach Zedeker is entering his 8th season at the helm of Lincoln High School program. They compete in Class 5A Region 6. They opened their season on August the 23rd at home against Shelby County. Representing the Golden Bears today, we have Noah Chadron, Tyshawn Beck, and Mason Hill.
Yeah, certainly. Opening statement, bear down. I guess this is my 8th year here in Talladega County as the head football coach, and it's been an exciting summer. We're excited to get this season started. It's always a fun time when you start the season. Everyone's 0-0, and our expectations are high. And these three guys right here are going to help fulfill a lot of those expectations. To the right of me, I got our defensive end senior, Noah Chadron, going in his 3rd year, be a 3-year starter. To the left of me, junior Sam linebacker, Tyshawn Beck. Beck will be a 3-year starter as well. Started for me his last half of the season's freshman year. And then to the left of him is our senior kicker, Mason Hill, another 3-year starter, and a very important part of our success.
Coach Short, High School Football, Alabama. Coach, could you give us an idea about your roster size and maybe a breakdown of, senior, juniors, and maybe some returning starters?
Yeah, so right now we just finished our last day of summer workout. So we finished 9th through 12th with 89 kids. We'll dress close to 70 of those. We don't dress all of our freshmen unless they can contribute on a Friday night. They play B-team games on Monday. Senior class this year is going to be a little bit smaller than what we've been having. It's a smaller class, but a talented class. We're looking at 14 seniors this year. We are really a young team as far as what we're going to put on the field. Junior class and sophomore class are also very talented. What you're going to see on the field will be a lot of 15 to 16-year-olds. Other than these seniors, we may be playing about 3 or 4 seniors, and the rest are going to be juniors and sophomores. Good thing about our junior class is the majority of them, or a lot of our starters, returning starters coming back, were starters last year as sophomores. So we got a lot of experience coming back there. And then our sophomore class is super talented. But Coach, anytime you start sophomores in 5A football, you gotta grit your teeth a little bit. But we're excited. We're going to need to have some success early. We have a very challenging schedule this year. There's not an easy game on it. There's not an easy out, in our opinion, but we're not running from that. We're excited about it. Feel like we're in one of the toughest regions in 5A, if not the toughest. You got probably 3 preseason ranked top 10 teams in it with Moody and Leeds and Centerpoint. Got a very talented 4A team coming up to 5A with Jacksonville. Springville was a playoff team last year. They got a lot coming back, and then you got an up-and-coming team in St. Clair County that's really good. So, you know, we're not running from anybody, but we understand that week in and week out we're going to have a challenge. Feel like we'll be an underdog in the majority of those games, but we like that. We like flying under the radar a little bit, maybe being underestimated, play with a chip on our shoulder. And then our non-region games, you know, you got a Shelby County opener, and if you've ever played anybody from Columbiana, they're all 6'4" and 250 pounds. They're huge. And then this year, something's been different since I've been here. We've always played Mumford week 5 or week 6. Did I say that? I mean that red team. I don't like saying that name. We play them week 2 this year, and so that is a huge rivalry game for us, for our community, for our school. There's not much learning goes on in our school that week because it's Mumford week. God, I said it again. Yeah, that's the last time I say it. But we, you know, it's a lot of fun for our student body and our community. You know, it's a lot of work for us. And then we picked up a team, up-and-coming 4A team last year. It's going to be a 5A team this year in Northside, up in the Tuscaloosa area. So that's kind of our long game this year. We'll travel there. We always like to try to schedule a team that we don't see, a different area of the state. And then we'll finish up with Etowah County. With Coach Peavy coming back, you know, coming in and revamping that team. So if you look at the schedule top to bottom, man, it's tough, but, you know, they got to play us as well. So we're looking forward to it.
This question is for Coach. Trent from Central Alabama Sandouts. What are the key areas of improvement you are focusing on this season?
Yeah, so we revamped everything really from top to bottom. The 2 words you're going to hear probably these guys say and our team say, kind of our mantra, if you will, this year is discipline and change. You know, we felt at times last year as a team we weren't a very disciplined team, especially when times got tough in games. Felt like we dropped a couple games that we lost our discipline, and if we would have kept our composure, been good. So, you know, the discipline aspect has been everything starting in January, from how we walk into the field house, how we present ourselves in the classroom, you know, how we act in the locker room, you know, the disciplined approach to our off-season workout, which was a tremendous change up this year. And then the word change, you know, we, our offensive coordinator last year, Coach Griffith, took the job at Victory Christian. We have a very good offensive coordinator has been waiting to be the OC for us, and Coach Brad Clay. And so where we went from a spread option attack last year offensively, we're going to be a wide open air raid attack this year. A lot of RPOs, a lot of inside-outside zone. And we feel like it's going to be a good change for the athletes that we have coming back this year on our team. Defensively, we'll still be based out of an odd front, look more to a stack look. We've made some tweaks defensively and brought in some different pressure packages especially for the teams that we're going to have to play. Made it a little fun for our kids. They're excited. It's a flying around type defense based on a lot of different pressure points, based off pursuit, based off turnovers. And then, man, we got one of the best kickers in the state, in my opinion, coming back for his 3rd year as a starter. Mason does all of our special teams for us, kickoffs, extra points, field goals. He punts for us. You know, as a defensive type guy, probably I love him most for putting those kickoffs in the end zone because it allows our defense to start on the 20 every time. But those would be the things I would say, discipline and change. We completely changed our weight program this year. Our kids are extremely strong. Everybody, I would say 95% of our players have increased almost a 50 to a 60% max increase. You know, we had a kid squat 615 yesterday. And so we went to a completely different type workout, a whole body workout based on 4 core lifts. And then just everything, the way we're going to practice, we're completely revamping the practice schedule. We're going to 2-platoon a little bit more this year than we have in the past. I feel like that gives our players a better opportunity to hone in on one position and one side of the ball, and also allow us to have some other players that can develop and give us some reps on a Friday night.
Coach Bruce Carr, B101 Sylacauga. Time flies when you're having fun, right,
And
Coach?
that's true.
I can't believe you're going to be your 8th year.
Look, when I took this job, I was 6'4". Now I'm 5'11". I'm getting gray haired, you know. But yeah, it's been 8 years. It's been fun.
This one's for the players. Guys, I've known Coach Zedeker, I guess, since he was a little kid. I hate to say it that way because that means I'm old.
Yeah.
But, guys, what is it like to play for Coach Zedeker? I know, and please don't say anything negatory about the Coach Zedeker, I guess, but what is it like to play for him? I mean, I know him. I know how he coaches. I know what he wants to accomplish and all that, but what is it like to play for him?
Well, he's got big goals for us. So, I mean, of course, practice is tough. We have a good times. He's a great coach, works us hard, does a good job at getting us there. He just wants us to be the best we can. So, I love him.
Yeah, like Mason said, he's a very great coach. He has big expectations for us. He's like a dad to me. I can go talk to Coach Z about anything, any problems. We have a very personal relationship bond. We got a good bond. He works us hard. He wants us to fulfill all goals in our life. And yeah, he's a very great coach.
I can say he's intense. He gets us young from like 8th grade, and he just builds a bond with us from there, and we just grow as a family. That's his big thing, that we're all a family in the football team, and we just family, intense, which helps us handle it. He teaches us to be coachable and helps us out for even after we're grown in life and stuff like that.
Coach Jim Jacobs, FNN Network, got a couple for you. 8 years, one of the more tenured coaches in the area now. What's changed over those 8 years the most about coaching high school football?
Whew. Where do we start? When I started my career, but I guess we can go back just, as the head coach here at Lincoln, you coached your kids. And we still do. I think social media has been a huge change of the way high school kids look at high school football, how parents look at it. There's a lot more exposure. And there's good things with it, and obviously some bad things with it as well. But at the end of the day, it's football, When I started 8 years ago, I didn't have to worry about putting a fence around the Lincoln community, Now, even as you have your kids, you have to recruit your kids. And I think that's just a trickle-down effect from what's going on in the college ranks and portals and things like that. Obviously NIL's on the rise. That's coming. Just left the Alabama High School Athletic Association conference last week, and that was the big thing. It's coming. Get ready for it. So I'll tell you this, Jim. I just finished 25 years, and I'm glad I'm on the backside of this because I don't know how I would coach now if I was just getting started. And I guess this would be the way I would coach because this is how it is. But, the kids are still great kids. The X's and O's are the same, the motivation. But the biggest thing is just teaching them to be great young men, be great, community leaders. We do a lot with bringing the Lord to our team. We have a tremendous FCA representative that comes and meets with us every Wednesday on a FCA huddle. We have some really good devotionals on Fridays. And probably one of the proudest moments in my last 8 years was last year. We had a young man that gave his life to the Lord, and he actually asked if he could be baptized in front of his brothers in our field house. Man, it was a hair-raising experience. I get chill bumps thinking about it. But those are the things that don't go away. You just got to adapt with the times as they change. You got to change and try to stay successful with it.
My other question is really about the schedule. Most people judge how well a team's doing by how late in November they can play.
Sure.
It looks like to me that for your team this year, holding serve at home is going to be critical to being around after Halloween.
Absolutely. Yeah. The front side of the schedule is tough. You got some big boys in there, and then our home schedule on the back side we're going to have to. I looked at these guys last year on the last game of the year, senior night, and as the seniors are out there, we have all the underclassmen, and we always, kind of the same speech year in, year out. But yes, last year the emphasis was, man, this isn't us. not being in the playoffs is not acceptable. We have not accomplished the goal that we want to accomplish year in and year out, and a 2-year hiatus out of not making the playoffs, has to be paramount to what we're going to do and how we're going to do it the following year. So, these kids are hungry to get back in those playoffs. Lincoln's perennially in those playoffs, and so regardless of how we can get in, what we have to do to get in, that's the goal this year. Be a 1 seed, 2 seed, or fight for a 4 seed. We don't care what seed it is. Obviously, we'd like to host a playoff game, but you got the big 3 we feel in that region with Leeds and Moody and Center Point. Obviously, probably being your highest ranked teams, and we got to find a way to steal one of those or 2 or 3, and then try to win the games that we feel like we're more evenly matched. But yeah, absolutely, home games are going to be very important, as they are every year. You want to hold your home field advantage, because anytime you can go on the road and get a victory, man, that is super sweet to win on someone else's field.
Namath Pitts with East Alabama Now. Players, what does it mean to you guys that Coach chose each of you individually to be here today?
It means a lot. I'm very glad that he picked me to come today. It just shows, he trusts us to be up here, talk about our team, talk about what we're about, and how we're going to be this season. I'm happy he chose us.
Yeah, I'm happy he chose us. I feel like it means he holds us to like a higher standard. He has big expectations for us this year, and I'm very proud that he thought of us in that way.
I'm happy to be here. It just goes back to what I said earlier about him growing us, and it showed that I've matured since I'm a senior. This is my year to come up here. It just made me feel like I've grown up a little bit.
Coach, why did you choose these 3?
Playmakers. These are some pivotal players on and off the field for us. For us to have success in the season, these guys are going to have to make us go. Noah anchors our defensive front, and we feel like our defensive front is one of our stronger points of defense this year. This guy's a high IQ football player. We've revamped our defense a little bit starting in January. Noah knew it the second week. Noah gets a lot of people lined up, and then he's got a motor that's second to none. He's very tough to block, and he's a disruptor. Tyshawn is, he's been an inside linebacker for us the last 2 years at a Mike linebacker, and we had a situation we felt like what we're doing this year, him on the outside edge is going to be a little bit better. Game experience. Tyshawn's on our leadership council. He's one of our main leaders, and for him to be up here as a junior, I think will speak volumes to who he is and what kind of player he is. He's another vocal guy on the defense, gets everything lined up. And then Mason, when you have an outstanding high school kicker in the high school game, man, it makes a huge difference, especially in wins and losses. But Mason is also an outstanding athlete. He's one of the state's top soccer players. I think he's second in our on our school record for goals. He's a highly competitive kid. And finally last year, when he started kicking for me, he's like, I'm not just going to be a kicker. I'm going to be a receiver too. I'm going to play. I'm not going to be I'm not labeled as a kicker. But, I think the good Lord works in different ways. Last year, about game 4, I think it was, he's running some routes, throwing the ball, he falls. He almost dislocates his elbow. And, it was scary for a minute. We got him fixed up, and he ended up healing up. And he came to me at the end of that week, and he said, I'm just a kicker now. He said, I'm just going to kick. And I'll tell you, man, I think it just exploded his leg because he wasn't running routes. It gave him rest. And I think after that week, he started putting balls in the back of the end zone. And, man, he's a weapon. All 3 of these guys, especially these 2 seniors, are prospects. You got a lot of colleges looking at them. And Tyshawn will be one. He's primed to have a really good junior year, which will get him on the board. So great kids, great high-character kids, good kids in school, good kids in the community, but really, really outstanding football players.
Coach, about year 8, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So it's probably 7 years ago, your first year you was at a B-team junior high game at Heflin. You talked about consistency, what it was going to take, and it was going to start with your youth leagues and those people that are going to help you with those youth leagues. Undoubtedly, that's worked.
Yeah.
So give us a little bit of idea about how well that's gone in the past 7 years, your youth leagues, because hopefully these guys have come up through that or been a part of that.
Absolutely. Listen, I say it year in, year out, I think we have one of the best, not only the youth football, but just youth programs. Our recreational department at Lincoln, second to none. They provide a lot of different sports for the kids in our community. My daughter's being one that plays in a lot of them. But yes, our youth league football program year in, year out is competing for a championship in the majority of the levels. Some really good high-level coaches that have come through there. I've mentioned before, I think Coach Alfred Gross was probably the marquee guy for our youth leagues for so many years, and then so many guys that have played for him have come back and coached. And then the coaches that we have down there now, really good coaches. Young Lincoln football players like playing football. And then we love the fact that they play every Saturday on our field. We get to walk out there, we get to see them. They get a chance to play on that big old Paul, and so it just feeds into our program tremendously. And then I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, once they leave that youth league, I feel like we got probably one of the best middle school coaches in the state, and Coach Revy Higgins. He does a tremendous job with our 7th and 8th grade program, which is just the second feeder from the youth to them to us. Gets them well prepared. They're always a tough bunch. Typically, we're competing for that little county championship, and so man, it's what you want. It's a community that loves football. It's important to our community, and it's important from when they can start playing when they're 5 years old till they finish their senior year with us. Yesterday, when these guys were here, we brought the 7th and 8th grade team in as we were going outside, and I think it's important. All these guys, we're able to tell these guys how important they are. I don't think they realize it, but those 7th and 8th graders yesterday paid more attention to listening to these guys talk to them and give them words of encouragement a lot of times than they do a coach. And it kind of opened these guys' eyes too. And so, man, it's a great place to be. And it's what you want as a high school football coach.
Guys, this is for the players, and don't be afraid to answer. But coaches talked a lot about change. Well, we've offense, we've defense, we've got some new coaches, whatever. Honestly, give me some ideas of some of those changes that you've seen, maybe last year, this year, whatever, that you thought were very positive and they've made you a better player.
I would say discipline. He put a big emphasis on discipline this year. That is number one. Discipline can go in always. Out on the field, jump off sides. That's being undisciplined. Not showing up to practice. That's undisciplined. We put a big emphasis on this, and we've had players. Almost all our players are there every single day for practice. I think we had almost 50-something guys who only missed 1 or 2 days all summer. Mm-hmm. And, this has gone back to January. We've been working since January. This hasn't just been a summer thing. We've been working hard all, throughout the year just to get back to this point, to get the changes that we wanted to make. So I'm feeling really confident about this year. And I know that the changes that we made are definitely going to help us and get us through a good season.
Yeah. Like he said, the discipline, but I also like to talk about our weight program. I feel like our weight program has totally changed us. I feel like we've got a lot stronger. We got freshmen, upcoming sophomores squatting up to 500 pounds, and that's amazing. It's been that young squatting that much and benching and lifting that much weight as a young person. I feel like that's changed us a lot.
Well, I would say another thing was our speed, just working on speed. We made sure that no team could keep up with us. We've been working on being explosive, pursuit, everything just being fast.
Coach, I'm going to say this, and this is for you. How many years? 25?
25, going on 26, yep.
It's very hard at 25 years, especially being a head coach like you have been, to make some of the changes that you've made.
Yeah.
So, and that's a credit to you and your staff for being able to make those changes and see that you got to make those changes, because until you quit growing, you're going to stay in it.
Yeah,
Once
absolutely.
you feel like it's time to quit growing, you'll get out.
Yep.
So I applaud you and your staff for being able to make those changes that these kids are already seeing. That's where I was leading at when I asked the question.
Yep. Yeah, it is. And, you know, as you get older in this profession, you get set in your ways, you know, and it is. But I guess it kind of goes back to the other question of what's the difference from 8 years ago to now. Man, you better keep up with what's going on because, you know, I tell my staff, you know, we put a lot of emphasis on going to clinics. We do a lot of Glazier clinics, a lot of Nike clinics, and just to see what's going on. What are some changes? You know, to me, it's funny, when I used to go to clinics, I was going to get X's and O's. And as a head coach and an older guy now, I'm going to get character development. I'm going to get player development, you know, team bonding, things like that, along with X's and O's. But, you know, it's just a full circle, but it is. It's hard to get out of your speeds, out of your comfort zone, and it's we put a lot of work in. I tell you, I feel like I'm a first-year coach this year with all the different things we're doing, but we're excited. And it's about getting these kids excited. You know, I think a lot of times, unless you're just, you know, super successful year in and year out doing it one way, a lot of times it can get redundant for kids. And so when you can change and put them in a different environment or a different way of doing things, then they get excited instead of, here, we're going to go do this same drill every time, you know.
How are you a social media director? That's what everybody's doing.
We got one, and he is a wild man. Coach Crunklington is going to be our social media guy this year, and so that's going to be a big aspect, a big thing. No, we did not. We did not.
Coach, you mentioned being down in Montgomery last week and some of the things that are coming that none of us think are probably a good idea, but they're coming anyway.
Yeah.
How do you deal with getting your players that are D1 or D2 prospects to understand that all that's going to be a lot harder now than it was 3 or 4 years ago because of the transfer portal and NIL and, you know, kids jumping from one college to another? The scholarships are going to be harder to come by.
They are, and I think you start, and I make it a point of emphasis when I have my parent meetings. You know, I try to have 2 or 3 a year. I have one this spring. We have one next Monday. I think you got to, one, give those expectations or how hard it is to get a scholarship to parents, one. You do a lot of parents that have a very good football player, but their expectations may be a little higher than what's to be expected. You talk about those D1 players, you know, we need some. So if you know any gyms, send them to Lincoln. I'd love to talk to them about the portal and things like that. But we have been blessed, though, to have some really good players. And the D1 players that have come through Lincoln, their pictures on a wall in our field house, you know, the likes of DJ Howard and Jonathan George. And, you know, we got 3 new guys that I'm excited about going up on the wall this year. Something we do that's special, if you get a college scholarship and play football and graduate college, then you get to go on what's called our Wall of Honor. And so, because we had a lot of kids that go play college football but then fizzle out or come back home. So in my 8 years, I'm putting 3 guys up. Their pictures are getting ready right now. Stephen White, Cam Reynolds, and Nick Pope. So that's exciting that I'm going to have guys up that I've coached. But going back to your question, man, it is tough. And it's tough. I do a lot of talking to college coaches about, hey, you know, how much emphasis are you putting on a high school kid? You know, I got Noah here who's not going to play at Alabama and Auburn, but could possibly play at a lower Division I, a D2 for sure. How do I get his look instead of you go jump in the portal and get a guy that's dropping down from D1? And so I think you just got to find the right fit for kids. I think you got to make relationships with colleges. I think the camp scene is tremendous exposure for them to get them out where these college guys can put their eyes on them. But it's tough. It's tough for a high school kid who's not an elite 4-star, 5-star type athlete to get to where they think they should be. You know, I tell my parents all the time, you know, if your child wants to play college football, there's an opportunity for them somewhere. You know,
parents are probably harder than the kids too. Aren't they?
Well, sometimes, you know, curving expectations, but you know, you can play college football if you want to play. Your child can play. You may have to pay for it. You know, it may be a Division III type thing that doesn't give full rides and things like that. But I also say if your child is a 5'8" middle linebacker, then he's going to get recruited by a 5'8" middle linebacker school. You know, SEC's not coming and looking for those type guys. So those are the type of things we talk to our parents about and our kids about. You know, we have a lot of our prospects on all the national sites. We do a thing where how far do you want to go? We put a pinpoint on Lincoln. We do a 500-mile radius, and we look at all the colleges that have football programs in that 500-mile radius, and then they start looking. You know, we do a big thing about go find your fit. What do you want to do? What is your major? What is the school that offers this? And so, you know, you just try to educate them the best you can, and it's always a blessing. We have been blessed at Lincoln in my 8 years. I think we're sitting on 24 guys in 8 years that have signed to play. And so, you know, that's something we fight a lot too. You don't get recruited at Lincoln, man. If you can play football, they're going to come find you. We sit on that I-20 corridor, and guys, how many college coaches walk through our field house in spring? I mean, it's a revolving door, you know. So, you know, it's a fine line, but it's a good line. What's that?
The GPA still matters.
Absolutely. And then you got to be able to play, you know, make some plays.
Coach, we're getting ready to wrap up your section of this, but I know you don't have any control over this, but reclassification every 2 years. Seems like 1 year you're going to be in 4A for 2 years, you're going to jump to 5A, then you're going to jump back to 4A, then you're going to come back to 5A like you did this year. What is that like at Lincoln to know that you're on that cusp of always, would you rather stay one or the other, or I mean, that may be a loaded question, but I mean, that is something that you guys deal. I think you guys deal with that more at Lincoln than any team that we have in the whole county.
Not anymore. You know, I would love to go back to 4A. Last time we were 4A, we won 2 region championships. Went and played, you know, an Andy Luge's team in the second round. I mean, I think 4A perennially has been Lincoln perennially has been a 3A, 4A school. But Bruce, right now, there's about 280 houses being built. I don't think you'll ever see Lincoln back in 4A again, unless we go, you know, rezone or something. But, you know, it is what it is. I said a couple years back, man, we're in 5A. That's what we are. So we gotta be a 5A team. And so we build it as 5A players. We build as a 5A team. Being a 4A team, the region was a little bit more manageable than where we sit now with a 5A team. You know, that the I-20 corridor teams right there are a tremendous challenge for us as region games go. But, you know, I think we're 5A forever, and some people say, you know, you may look 4 to 6 years down the road, and it could be 6. I'll be retired then. You know, listen, we're about a lower third 5A team, and we're growing. You know, so when we were in 4A, we were top 20, and that made a difference number-wise. But listen, we don't run away from it. We're 5A. Let's go win in 5A.
Coach, let me end this on something lighthearted. Mm-hmm. Do you have any idea who started the tradition up there of striking out the M in every word for the Mumford Week?
I do. That started with the cheerleading sponsor at the time and a former coach of mine who's now back as an administrative assistant, Blair Mayfield. So we kind of took what Ohio State and Michigan does, and, you know, the Ohio State kind of marks out the M. And so we do the same thing. Ms. Frank, don't be mad at me now. We do the same thing. I'll tell you what, if there's an M in our school, there is an X through it on Mumford Week. And if there's one missing, the kids point it out and they find it. You guys talk to these guys, though. Let's talk to these guys. I've talked enough. Anybody else?
This question is Central Alabama standouts. This question is to Mason Hill. Do you have any memorable moments as the kicker?
Yeah, I'd probably say Alexandria last year with 5 minutes left to go in the game. We came back and won. We were down, and it was a crazy comeback. We didn't think we could do it. I think we were all looking down, thinking we were going to lose, and then we had a big play, came back and won the game, and that was probably the best moment.
This guy right here. Had
Yeah.
that strip sack. Mm-hmm.
This question is for Noah. This Trent from Central Alabama Standouts. How do you prepare mentally and physically for a game?
Before the game, we'll eat. We'll get our pregame meal. Then we'll go lay down. I'll just get on my phone, play some music and stuff like that, and then I'll probably use the restroom, get everything out, and just drink water. Just water. I'm scared of cramping.
You should be.
All right, this question is for Tashawn. How do you balance your academic responsibilities with your commitment to football?
Well, I always say I'm a student athlete. I'm a student athlete, so I think about class first. So I always say, if you can't pass in school, you can't play on a Friday night. That's how I look at that.
Okay, if there are no further questions for Coach Zediker and the Lincoln High School Golden Bears, that'll wrap up this session of the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. Next up, we have Coach John Limbaugh and the Fayetteville High School Wolves. Good luck, Coach Zediker and players this season.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm watching it too. I see them every day.
Curtains. They're always drawn in this place.
I know.
That guy seems like he's in charge of them. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
Hello, I'm Annie Osment. I began volunteering at Alabama Childhood Food Solutions when I was in the 6th grade back in 2011. Over the last 12 years, it has been a joy and a privilege to serve alongside the outstanding people that make up ACFS. Not only does ACFS reach out to our community through food donations, we also cover each client in prayers and love. It has been such a pleasure to also be prayed for while volunteering and to be supported over the last 12 years of my life. ACFS has molded me into who I am, and I'm so grateful for all of the people that make up this wonderful organization. We appreciate your prayers and support, be that food donations or money. If you're interested in volunteering, please visit the website alabamachildhoodfoodsolutions.com.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear the roads of Alabama calling. Tony Sarah Ford has your answer. We offer a great selection of Ford and pre-owned inventories and the Sarah Promise. During our Make It Ford summer sales event, take home a 2023 F-150 with 1.9% APR or up to $6,000 in bonus cash, or a new Explorer with 0% APR and $800 bonus cash, plus no payments for 90 days. Alabama can be yours to discover in a new vehicle from Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, we have Coach John Limbaugh and the Fayetteville Wolves. Coach Limbaugh is entering his 13th season. He's the only coach who's been to all of these. He's been to every single one of them. So with Coach Limbaugh today, he has Cam Hammonds, Caleb Woods, and Cole Hardy. The Wolves are moving down to Class 1A this year and will compete in Region 6, and they open up the season at home on Friday, August the 23rd as they play host to Childersburg High School.
Hey, Coach. Trent from Central Alabama Standouts. This question is for Coach Limbaugh. What are the main goals of Fayetteville's program this year?
Main goal is to get to the playoffs. You know, we've been looking for that for several years now, but going to Class 1A, where we should have been all along, we really feel like we're a 1A school. We're always smaller in numbers, but now we have, you know, a place where we can play, be more competitive. So playoffs are our goal, and to better ourselves. Every time we step on the field to play, we want to better ourselves and, you know, grow these boys into men. And I had a good group with me here today.
Coaches Derek Chapman with Central Alabama Standouts. How have the preparations been going, and what are the key areas of focus?
Key areas of focus is our defense this year. And, you know, Coach Collier's done a great job with our offense, and Coach Jason Jacks does a great job with our defense. We've been focused more on defense this year, and we're going to be in a 4-2-5, and we want to go get it instead of it come to us. We want to go after it. So we want our offensive guys to, you know, we're a RPO offense, and we move things pretty fast. We want to do the same thing on defense. We want to go fast and get after it.
All right, Coach, how have the off-season training and preparations been going?
Oh, great. We've had a great summer. And the thing about this team is we got 35 of the best kids you could ever want on a football team, but we got a great locker room. And I think that's really important. These kids love each other, will fight for each other, and they really get after it. I don't have to call and beg kids to come to workouts. They're already there. They're there. I have some kids that show up before I do, and that's pretty amazing. You know, I always try to be the first one on the scene, and these guys are showing up at 6:30 in the morning to get there before I do. So they're excited about it. They get along real well. They work together real well, and I love the locker room. Now, as far as our workouts, people are, you know, our kids are getting stronger, and we've been to some, you know, OTAs and 7-on-7s, and we've done quite well this summer. So we've seen improvement in all areas of play, so we're very excited about it.
Okay, Coach, how do you ensure that your team stays healthy and avoids injuries?
Oh, well, that's the weight room. We got our kids stronger. We hydrate well. We keep our kids hydrated, keep water in them. But basically, to avoid injury, you got to be a strong individual. You got to get in that weight room and work out. And we got coaches working our kids out and kids that want to. So they're all getting stronger. And we're going to stay on the field of play, you know, through our diligence of hard work.
Coach Bruce Carr, B101 Sylacauga. You talked about dropping down to 1A, and how that, I believe, excited you a little bit to do
Absolutely,
that.
yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your region that you're going to participate, because, you know, the top 4 teams in each region go to the playoffs, and you mentioned that's obviously a goal for this team.
That's right.
Not this year, but every year. But tell us a little bit about your region and what it's going to take to get to that first week of the playoffs.
Well, thank you, Bruce. I appreciate the question. I don't, you know, everybody says we're dropping down. I really look at it like we're where we should have been all along. If we're 1A, I think we'd have been in the playoffs the last several years. And people that don't understand football, they don't understand what our kids have been battling against. These guys here, when they're in the game, you know, when I played, I never wanted to come out of the game. They don't either. But when you're playing a team that's got 50, 55 on the sidelines, you're there with 27, 28 like we were last year, that's a huge disadvantage. You can be leading a game, doing well in that first half, go out there that second half, and you can just see the energy level kind of drop a little bit because we're giving out, we're tired. So now, you know, we're getting to that level now where everybody is the same. And you've got the same number of players, and it's a more even playing field. That said, you know, we're playing some teams that's quite good, but we're excited about it. And, hey, you know, we played teams last year, you know, B.B. Comer, and nobody in 1A ball was on the B.B. Comer level. And they've gone up to 3A, and, you know, we're at 1A now. So you can see the difference right there. But Winterboro is going to be a tough opponent. They gained a lot of players from TC, and they were already good. So they're going to be a very credible threat to deal with. And like I said, Wally, they got this kid I've been told going to Penn State. We're going to keep him down, keep his yardage from going insane. So we got some work cut out for us, but I'm very excited about it. Hey, you know, we got you know, Coach Griff is there in the league now with us, and used to be at Sylacauga. He's a great coach, a great individual, and he's going to do a great job there. So we got him to deal with this year, you know, and so we're very excited about it though. We believe we'll be in those playoffs. That's our goal, to be there, and it's not just to be there, but we want to be in the top. We want to host the game again, so we want to be back. You know, our whole deal this year is to rise. And we want to rise above people's expectations. We want to rise from being down low like we have been to being back on the top. We've been there before. We want to do it again. So we're going to rise up.
This question is for the players. Guys, what is it like to play for John Limbaugh at Fayetteville?
It's amazing. He's a great man. He's always at practice, you know, motivating us to be, you know, better than as we think we should be. You know, he's always pushing us to be better. And, you know, these past few years, you know, we played a lot of tough teams, a lot of good teams. And Coach Limbaugh just told us, you know, just keep pushing. You know, at the end of the day, you know, we can only do what we can. And Coach Limbaugh helps us with that through and through.
This question is for Coach. What are some players to watch this season, and what roles do they play in the team strategy?
Well, I got them right around me. You know, Cam Hammond's 1,200 some odd yards last year, and we're looking for that and more this year. He's a very capable player, gives his heart every time he's out there. Whether you're playing checkers or football, he doesn't like to lose. So he really is that kid. He's that one that you want on your team, and I really appreciate all that he brings offensively and defensively. He's in the secondary on defense. He's in the backfield on our offense, and we're looking for great things out of him this year. And Caleb Woods right here, he's part of our offensive line. He's been snapping the ball for us real well, so he has to make a lot of those calls, those blocking calls, and he's very intelligent. He can do that very well. And Cole Hardy, he's been playing ball for me since he's in 7th grade. And this is a young man that's he goes after it with all his energy and heart and drive and determination every time he steps on the field of play. But he's also a practice player. You know, a lot of guys, you say he's a gamer. He just goes out there. He's a gamer. But this young man here works hard at practice every day. And with the guys like the ones sitting at this table, we're going to do just fine. Britton Cantrell's not with us today. He's our quarterback. Also plays in the backfield. He's another player to watch out for. He's very intelligent, makes good decisions, very tough. You're going to see a lot out of Pep this year. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Shrimp, switch y'all on stand up. This question is for all players. Can you describe your role on the team, and how has it evolved over the years?
Everybody on this table up here is a leader. We've all started out from underclassmen, picking up water bottles, doing everything else. Our role on the team is to keep everybody moving, wanting to be in the game, and wanting to give it at all.
Yeah, I say a big part of our team is energy. If we go out on the field, we don't have good energy, you know, as a team, and we go out there, you know, negative, you know, not thinking about football how we should think about football, going out there with a losing mentality. As long as we hold each other accountable and make sure that every day at practice we're pushing each other, because a day at practice where you go out there and you have an easy day, a light day, you know, you're not putting in the work and the effort, that's not a good practice, and we don't need that. We need every day we go out there to improve and to get better and be better as a team, hold each other accountable, you know, make sure little things are picked up, water bottles, make sure the water cooler's filled up, make sure that the locker room's clean because, you know, we have a brand new facility, you know, brand new weight room, and we're going to take care of it and make it last and make it be good.
I think for the past few years we've watched seniors and other athletes, and I think that we're ready to rise into the new roles and just help succeed.
Absolutely. You know, one thing I'll say about these players is, like at our yesterday, we were there, and I heard one of our players tell the team, "Look, guys, we got to get in and clean up this locker room, and it doesn't look good. Let's get in and clean it up." And that's what you got to have leaders to step up and do that kind of stuff without asking them to do so. And these guys are all guys that do that, and it's going to carry us a long ways.
All right. Derek Chapman with Central Alabama Standouts. This question is to the players. How do you feel about the upcoming season, and what are your personal goals?
I feel very good about this upcoming season. I feel like our team's going to definitely make the playoffs. I have no doubt in my mind. My personal goals are to make All-State this year. And that's all.
I think, honestly, that our goals for the season this year are, you know, to go to playoffs. Every year it's our goal to go to playoffs. And personal goal for myself, I've got All-County the past 2 years in a row. I want to get that again, and I'm pushing for All-State on defense. And, you know, we work hard as a team to push through practices and games, and we, you know, have goals that we not only want to beat every team we play, we want to make sure that they came to play Fayetteville, and they know that we're about, you know, playing football and playing hard and playing together as a team.
I think that our goals have been playoffs, obviously, but I think also what I've seen so far is our goal is just to improve every day. We're under the same system we've been the past few years, so I think we have a great opportunity to improve and build on what we have.
Okay. How do you handle pressure during crucial moments in the game?
I feel like our team handles adversity very well. We snap back. If we throw a pick, we're always coming back on defense, strike them down, get the ball back, so we continue to push forward in the game.
We're a team that always likes to pick each other up, especially, you know, mid-game. You know, something goes wrong, we can't let that determine the whole game. We have to move past that and pick each other up, even whenever there's negative moments at any time. You know, Cameron's always going to be there behind me to say, "Hey, you're good, don't worry about it." And same thing with him. If he messes up, I'm going to say, "Hey, look, you shake it off, it's the next play." It's a game of, you know, one play at a time is how we play.
And that's our whole team.
You know, one thing I like to say about that is live is about big moments, and like a football game, whether it be an interception or a fumble or something like that. Life's about, you know, overcoming these big challenges in your life. And that's what football teaches, and these kids are excellent at doing that. They will snap back. They don't ever give up. I've played, you know, we've done this for a number of years now, and coaches at the end of the game said, "Coach, you guys never quit. You guys played hard the whole way." And that's something that we have to tell these guys to do. They do it on their own. They played to the last snap of the ball, the last tick of the clock, and I really appreciate that about them. But I did say a while ago we had, 35 on our roster. We've actually got 37. We had a couple of new ones come in this year. You know, Michael Pinson and Hunter Millard. They're our new principal and assistant principal. And that's important. That's part of being able to find success. You have the right people in place, and these guys are going to help us out a lot in athletics, and I really appreciate them being part of our program and what we're about.
This is Trent from Central Alabama Standouts. This question is for the players. How do you guys balance school and football?
After school, we go to work, we go to practice, and then after practice, we get out about 6:30, 5-ish sometimes. On Wednesdays, we get out at 5. After church on Wednesdays, you go home, you do your schoolwork, and then after practice, you go home, do your schoolwork. You have plenty of time after practice to do whatever you got to do to get done.
And our teachers and faculty, you know, at our school, they're very lenient because they know that we play sports. So if we miss a test or, you know, we got practice and we don't have time to study for something, they'll say, "Well, you know, take the test on a Thursday instead of taking it on a Tuesday." They're very lenient with us to make sure that, you know, we can keep our grades right because, you know, for us, our grades are just important as football is. That's preached to us every year. Coach Lamar says, you know, if your grades ain't right, then football ain't right. You got to have your grades right to play football.
Everybody in our community is pushing us to succeed.
Coach, who are some of your toughest opponents on your schedule this year?
Well, like I said just a moment ago, I would say Wadley and Winterboro, but all of them. I think our toughest opponent on our schedule is the Fayetteville Wolves. We have to overcome our own deficiencies. And that's just not coach speak either. That's the truth. We got to overcome our own deficiencies. We got to be the best offensive team we can be and the best defensive team we can be. We got to hit hard, brother. I mean, we got to get after it. We got to hit hard. That's what this game. Last time I looked, this game is all about blocking and tackling. And you know, you hear coaches say things about X's and O's, and it really is the truth in football. It's not about that. I've beaten a lot of people on paper, but when you get on the field of play, things become a lot different. And you got to have the right people around you. I've looked at it this way. I would get in the foxhole with any of these guys here. And, you know, the true test of a man is will he have you back? Will he protect you? And I know these guys will fight for each other. They'll fight for this program. They'll fight for the right things. They'll do the right things. These guys are involved in community service. And what I love about Fayetteville, gentlemen, if you've ever been to Fayetteville, you'll figure it out real quick. It's all about family. This young man talked about community. That's what it's all about. And we have the best fans of anyone. These folks want to win, but they're always support. I have schools, coaches. They talk about all the time, hey, your people travel. They love us on the schedule because they're going to get a good gate. You know, we'll give them thousands of dollars just to put us on the schedule. Our people are going to travel. So this is a feeling of family, and it's a good atmosphere to be in.
This question is to Coach Derek Chapman with Central Alabama Standouts. Coach, how do you handle the mental and emotional aspects of coaching?
Well, I've been doing this a while now, and you know, I've got the age, and I think, you know, and that helps a lot, because with age comes experience. And you understand that at the end of the day, there is more than one way to win, okay? And, you know, Cole mentioned it, you get wins in the classroom, making good grades. You get wins when a young man goes to college. You get a win. But you get a win when that young man becomes a great husband and later a great father. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. There is more to football than that game. And let me tell you something, as tough as that game gets, as bad as that game gets, life hits you a lot harder. At the end of the day, this is football, and it's meant to be fun. I want our kids to have fun playing it. Pressure in football, not really. Not really. Pressure in life, that's the deal. That's the deal. This is the game.
All right, this question is for Coach. What is your long-term vision for the program, and how do you measure your success?
Long-term vision for the program is continued success. We want people to look at our program and want to be a part of that program. And we have that already. I have people I have to turn away from coaching. I have people come to me, hey, can I help? Because I have a lot of coaches now. We have people that want to be involved in our program, people that want to take part. And I think that says a lot. And there was a time when I looked at Fayetteville, and I said, that's a place I can go to and be a part of the community. That's a place I can go to and see things happen. And we've seen that. We've seen a lot of growth over the years. And like I said before, if we had, as far as winning on the field of play, if we'd have been 1A before, I feel like the last several years we'd have been in those playoffs. But when you're playing the, Lynette's of the world and folks like that, and the BB Comers of the world after, they became what they, became, it was tough. It was tough. But now we're getting to that point where I feel like we can really compete, really play, and really go to the playoffs. But that's not the end-all and be-all of success, guys. How many years in a row you make the playoffs. When a kid comes back, I've been coaching a long time now. When a kid comes back and says, Coach, I remember when you taught me this. Or a kid comes back and asks me if I take part in their wedding. Or a kid comes back just for advice later on. To me, that is the mark of success, is when you make those lifelong relationships. And to me, that's what it's all about. And the one thing I believe in is putting Christ first in all things. When you put Christ first in all things, there's other things to be added to you. The Bible tells us this. So you got to put him first, and I teach that.
Coach, I know we're getting ready to wrap up here, y'all section of Media Day, but one thing I wanted to kind of bring up was a lot of the private schools can go out and recruit.
Yeah.
You've got to take what's given to you.
That's
you
right.
got to take what's in Fayetteville.
That's exactly right.
And so how does that, from a year-to-year basis, how does that go as far as what you plan on doing or what you want to do offensively and defensively with Fayetteville?
Vince Lombardi said it much better than I could. Vince Lombardi said the measure of who we are is what we do with what we have. And I think we've, a lot of years, measured greatness where others that don't know the game of football don't understand that. Like I said before, when you're, Bruce, when you're playing somebody with 50 players and you've got 25 or 30, you're going to get tired. And you may be leading that ball game to a certain point where your kids are just giving out. And we do a great job, we do a great job of conditioning and working toward that end of being able to play that fourth quarter. But that's what our goal is, to be able to win that fourth quarter. You win that fourth quarter, you go ahead and find that success. But I do believe in our kids. I believe in our program. I believe in our coaches. We got some of the best coaches in the county right there at Fayetteville, and those guys are doing a tremendous job. And we're going to find success, and, on the field of play. We're going to find that success in the classroom. We're going to find that success in community. We're going to have a well-rounded player at Fayetteville, and that's what it's all about. But yes, we're at that level now where I think you're going to see that level of competition averaging out, and then it's going to be that one that's better prepared that's going to find that victory. Absolutely.
Jermaine Moore, East Alabama now. This question is for the players. So Coach has been talking about how he has instilled different things in you guys outside of football. What are some of those things that he's instilled in you that's kind of stuck with you so far?
Coach, every day he's talking about how to be a man, your manners, on and off the field, how to treat women. He just wants us overall to be a great person in life.
Every practice for us is a life lesson. Every game for us is a life lesson, and Coach Limbaugh talks to us after every game and tells us, what we need to do to get better, and how to improve as a team, and how to pick each other up as a team. He's taught us stuff that, it takes you years in life to figure out. He tells all of us, about how our relationship with Christ is very important, how to be a good man, you have to do the right things, no matter if you're on the field or off the field. If it's a Friday night, and you're at home, and you should be there doing the right things no matter where you're at, no matter if you're on the football field or off of it.
I think one example for me has been good work ethic, whether in your personal life, on the field, or in the classroom. Just always giving 100% is something that I've seen.
He's been a very good lead example. He's a great man.
Coach, why did you bring these players with you today?
Well, this represents the finest of what we have. And, you look every year at, well, who am I going to carry? Who am I going to carry? These guys are the ones that stepped up. This right here works hard at the field of play every day, but also he's the one that made out our schedules this year. He can do that computer stuff that I can't do. And he made our schedules out. He does a lot for us. In every way, each one of these young men do great things for the program. And they answered, that call. I say, hey, would you like to go with us to the media day? And they were right on it. But they are the ones that represent who we are. So that's why they're here. Great guys, each one of them.
Okay, if we have no further questions for Coach Limbaugh and the Fayetteville High School Wolves, this wraps up this session with Fayetteville High School and the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. Up next, we'll have the Sylacauga High School Aggies and Coach Chris Smelly. Good luck, Coach.
Thank you.
I need the king, boys.
call two clowns in a tow truck when you're dreaming of them King boys.
There's a lot in life to smile about. Are loose dentures or missing teeth keeping you from enjoying the things you love? Don't miss out on enjoying life's precious moments. You can be you again with affordable mini dental implants. You can smile again, laugh out loud, and have your self-confidence back. Let us help you make it memorable.
I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
Bonanza, the famous Western television series, is now on WOIL TV 47. Join Little Joe, Hoss, Adam, and Ben Cartwright on the Ponderosa every weekday morning at 8 a.m. Fist fighting, chicken chasing, gunslinging, and more. Join us for Coffee and Bonanza every weekday morning at 8 a.m. on TV 47.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear the roads of Alabama calling. Tony Sarah Ford has your answer. We offer a great selection of Ford and pre-owned inventories and the Sarah Promise. During our Make It Ford summer sales event, take home a 2023 F-150 with 1.9% APR or up to $6,000 in bonus cash, or a new Explorer with 0% APR and $800 bonus cash, plus no payments for 90 days. Alabama can be yours to discover in a new vehicle from Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. We have the Sylacauga Aggies and second-year head coach Chris Smelly up next. With the Aggies today, representing the team, we have Gabe Harrell, Rance Matchin, and Nathan Gordon. They're competing Class 5A Region 4 and open up their season at Coosa Central on August the 23rd.
All right, hey, we're excited to be here today. We've got Rance Matchin here to my right. We got three seniors, Gabe Harrell and Nathan Gordon. These are three seniors that are going to be vitally important for us for this year and us trying to find as much success as we can as a team. You know, we are one of the few teams in the state that finished with a win last year. Finished on a 2-game winning streak, and so we're hoping to carry a little bit of that momentum over into this next season. We have worked really hard as a team, starting in January in the weight room and trying to get bigger, faster, stronger, and knowing that we're going to need that to carry over and try to grow our group, our team, and our program into who we need to be and want to be and representing Sylacauga. And so we saw a lot of tremendous strength gains and guys really buying into that. And so we've still got a lot of work to do. We're excited for the summer to come to an end and get into fall camp and getting pads on and continue to develop who we are as a team. I'm super excited about our coaching staff that we've put together over the last 2 years or year and a half that I've been here. We've added a lot of guys, a lot of coaches into the building that are with our guys every single day. In the year before I got here, I think there were 2 coaches in the building, and now we're up to about 6 guys in the building. We've helped grow our middle school staff. And so really just trying to do all the things that it takes to be a successful program. And it's not easy. It takes a lot of work. You got to have a lot of people that are invested and buying into what you're doing. And so I'm excited to be a part of it. In our short time of living in Sylacauga, my wife and my kids, we've really enjoyed the city and the people that we've met there. People have really embraced us with open arms. And we feel super blessed to be in the position that we're in right now. And so we are looking forward to a good season and seeing how the hard work that we've put in and the improvements that we're trying to make as a team and as a program where they can take us. So,
Trent and Gary, since y'all are on standouts, are there any specific areas of the game you have focused on improving in the offseason?
Definitely our strength was a big part of that, and I kind of alluded to that a minute ago. We saw we would kind of work out for about 8-week periods at a time, and then do max days, and we did 2 or 3 of those, and we were keeping a chart of like how much team strength we were gaining. It was like in bench press over an 8-week period, we were getting 1,500 pounds stronger as a team, and then we had a squat where we're at 1,800 pounds stronger, and so it's like trying to get our guys to kind of buy into like, all right, you're working to grow and get stronger as an individual, but look what happens when we've got 75 guys that are all doing that. And the kind of gains that you're making, the confidence that you should be able to take onto the field with you, knowing that you've worked hard and prepared to give yourself a chance to win. Because on a Friday night, a lot of times the team that is the most physical, the team that is the toughest, the team that's put in the most work, that really believes in the work that they've put in, they're going to go out there and play with confidence and win more often than not. So that's definitely been a big focus for us. We got some great things happening around our program. We actually spent the morning, we had workouts and watched film, and we spent the morning loading a bunch of new weight equipment. Our school is really kind of buying into some of the things that we're doing, so we have revamped our field house and kind of redesigned it, knocked out some walls, made it have a bigger space for a weight room, and today we got our first shipment of stuff in, and so they're putting it all together. Worked with right equipment on that. So our superintendent, Dr. Michelle Eller, and our school board and everybody's kind of buying into wanting to invest in these young men and give them the best opportunity that we can to be successful.
Derek Chapman with Central Alabama Standouts. Coach, what are your expectations for the team's performance this season?
Yeah, I mean, we got a good group, and we don't have quite as many guys as we had last year, but I think we've kind of gotten some of the right guys on the bus. And I told our guys yesterday, kind of talking to our seniors, what kind of program, what do you want your senior year to look like? What are you wanting what kind of memories are you wanting to make with it? And I'm kind of putting the ball in their court a little bit. We've got guys that have worked hard. And this team can be as good as we decide that we want to be. What kind of mentality we want to take to the field. Are we going to go out there and lay it on the line for each other? We're going to give it our all. We're going to really push and challenge ourselves. Or we're going to, learn to thrive out of being uncomfortable or being in a tough situation. Can we play with grit when things get hard? We haven't had the best 2 seasons. The last 2 years hadn't been the best years of Aggie football. But I'm kind of challenging our guys to raise the standard of what's acceptable to be a part of our team, and then hold each other to that standard. And we've got a number of guys that are doing that, and the more guys that we have doing that, the sky's the limit for this team.
Coach, are there any specific areas of the game that you have focused on improving during this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, you're a lot of times out there with helmets and getting a lot of time with your guys, so you're catching and throwing a lot. We're year 2 of our, base offensive and defensive schemes. I feel like we spent a lot of time kind of growing in that and understanding our roles. And, when you really understand your role and you know what you're trying to do out on the field, then you should be able to just play loose and play fast and play free. So we spent a lot of time doing that. And I think now it's kind of been a long off season. We've done a lot this summer, but football's played with pads on. So I'm excited for fall camp to get here and start practicing physical and getting after it and doing the things that it really takes to win football games.
Chris, Jim Jacobs, FNN Network. You got a lot of attention earlier this year on a vacation trip that you probably would have rather not had. Can you talk to us a little bit about what it was like to go through that process from your side of the thing? We all know what we saw, but what was it like for you?
Well, they say no press is bad press, right? So I was just, man, it was a series of unfortunate events for real. I think I learned a lot through that situation. I probably was not as prepared and doing things as safely as I should have been. But we were on a family vacation, and I like to get out early in the morning and get out on the ocean in a kayak and fish, which scares a lot of people. But I'm very comfortable in that environment. I'm scared of spiders and bees, but I'm not scared of the ocean. So what turned into something I've done plenty of times, just kind of quickly, Mother Nature was a little tougher than I was and a little stronger than I was. And so I found myself out there stranded. And, it was a long day, but definitely the hardest part really wasn't even for me. It was kind of what I knew my wife and family were probably thinking and going through throughout the day. And then once I, did get rescued by the Coast Guard and got in and got access to my phone, just seeing the response on social media and the amount of text messages and love and support that was being sent my way was pretty overwhelming, honestly. And even seeing in Sylacauga, they had a prayer vigil that they got together at the First Baptist Church in Sylacauga. And one of the cool things was about 10 minutes after that was when I got found. And so, when negative things happen in life, you hope there's some positives that come out of it. And I think for a lot of our kids at Sylacauga and a lot of guys on our football team, meeting together and praying together and kind of seeing the power of prayer come to fruition in a quick moment like that was hopefully an experience that's going to carry them, something that they can kind of fall back on and really see the hand of God working in a pretty powerful, crazy way. So it was a crazy situation, it easily could have turned out a lot worse. And usually when you hear missing and ocean, that's not a good combination. And so I definitely feel very blessed that it turned out the way that it did. Very thankful.
Coach Bruce Carr, B101 Sylacauga. Last couple of years, Sylacauga has struggled. You know that. But you got to move on. This year was a reclassification year. And I would dare say a lot of folks would probably think that Sylacauga's schedule the last couple of years was brutal. No matter how good or bad Sylacauga was or was going to be, that schedule, or those 2 years of schedules were pretty tough. You've reclassified now. You have new folks in your region. You've got new non-region games on your schedule this year that you haven't had in a while. Talk to us a little bit about your region games and what's going to transpire with that, and maybe about some of your non-region games as well.
Yeah, I feel like our region's been very competitive. A lot of just tough, hard-nosed football that's being played in our region. When I was at American Christian for a long time playing 4A ball, I think there's a big jump to me from your average 4A team to your average 5A team. And I think I really saw that last year. But yeah, you don't want to make excuses for where you are as a program. But man, when I took this job last year, one of the big websites online, Alabama Sports History or whatever, said that we had the toughest schedule in the state, regardless of classification. And they actually wrote this little excerpt about it, and the last line was "Good luck, Coach Smelly," and they weren't saying that in a positive way. And so, you know, it really was a difficult schedule. But I feel like we really grew as a program in my first year here. You know, we went from not winning a game an entire season 2 years ago, and we started out 0-8, and we played better ball, and we competed against a lot of the teams that we played, but it was just hard to find a way to win. And our guys could have cashed it in. They could have quit playing. They could have quit showing up for practice, and they could have quit giving effort, but we didn't. And so, I mean, we were 0-8 towards the end of the season last year. We didn't show up on Mondays and practice like an 0-8 team, and what you might think the program felt like and looked like. And so it was really a testament to our guys and their resiliency, and just to continue to be able to push when times are hard is it's kind of a life lesson that you get to learn in football. You know, things aren't always easy, and you got to continue to push and continue to fight. And so for our guys to continue to push throughout the end of the season and find that first win, and then finish with winning our last game of the season as well, I think it was huge for our program. You know, losing can be a habit, and I feel like winning can be a habit. And it's kind of like what your expectations are and what you expect and what you foresee happening. A lot of times can kind of play itself out. And so I think getting over that hump last year and continuing to be and improve as a team and who we wanted to be versus just looking at the situation around us and kind of shrinking into that, I think was huge. And so, you know, our schedule does look a lot different, and teams we hadn't played in a while. And so, you know, we're looking to compete in as many games as we can, you know, regardless of what happens on the scoreboard. We want to go out and play our best football and be the best that we can be. I mean, we definitely have a goal of being able to make the playoffs this year, and win a playoff game. You know, we haven't won a lot of playoff games. You look back over the past, 2 decades, haven't really won hardly any playoff games. And so I'm proud of our guys, and I'm excited about the direction of our program. And, we're not going to make any excuses. Our guys have worked hard. We got to continue to work on our mindset and, what it takes to really be successful, all the small things, attitude, how we show up every day and all that. But I'm excited about where I'm at, excited about where our program's headed, the things that we have in place to help us be successful.
This question is for the players. Guys, what is it like to play for Chris Smelly?
It's definitely a change from what we're used to, because he runs like a really, wide open offense, obviously, when it comes to like a technical standpoint. But just playing for him, he really inspires us and he pushes us. He doesn't just coach us football. He coaches us on life. You want to give effort in everything you do, and you want to be relentless. And he's kind of bringing back, inadvertently, he's bringing back the Sylacauga way of football that I grew up watching, which was, high grit, high motor. And we may not be the most talented, but we're going to knock you in your mouth for the entirety of the game, and we're going to give it our all. And I feel like he's really bringing that effort back and bringing that mindset, and that's why, I really look up to him and revere him for that.
Yeah, I agree. Just playing for him, just knowing him is like just very good guy. I want you to be your best at all times, in the classroom, on the field. Outside of that, it's just good playing for him.
I think Nate said it best. He's just a great guy. He's a great coach, and he really pushes us.
This question is for Coach Smiley, drink grams for y'all on standouts. Any key players we should be on the lookout for this year?
What was that again?
Any key players that we should be on the lookout for this year?
Yeah, I mean, we got a good group of seniors. These guys right here are going to all be vital to our success. I think Nathan started on the line. This will be his 3rd year starting on the line. He wants to go be in the Air Force. And so he's been losing a little bit of weight over there, a little prematurely. But he's strong and works hard, and has gotten very tough. And so this will be his 3rd year. Gabe was a key aspect for us last year, and is going to kind of step into the role as our returning top receiver. and kind of senior leader from that aspect. And Rance has played a lot of good ball starting in his sophomore year. Was kind of able to make those tough yards for you as a running back, and also was able to spring some big plays this past year too. So these guys will be instrumental. Obviously how successful you can be from an offensive standpoint, comes down to where you are up front. We got 3 returning starters. Another kid that was able to come in and play some last year. So trying to shore up our offensive line. And then at quarterback, C.J. Franklin got some playing time last year as a 10th grader. Connor Twyman, who did a tremendous job for us, kind of played through some injuries and had missed a little bit of time too during the season. And CJ actually came in and provided some sparks, and sometimes I think having that role of sort of being the backup quarterback, and then you get to when your name does get called, you sort of feel like you get to play a little bit more loose and a little bit more free. And he stepped in and played really well for us. And defensively, we've got some new faces in the secondary, but some good athletes in the secondary. Trey Wright at safety, Quell Tony at safety, Kenson Threet, Corbin Patterson at corner. Trent Welburn's a senior that played a good bit for us last year. We feel pretty good about our linebacker depth. Got some good players, and just kind of if they're seeing them develop and continue to be more physical and tackle better is going to be a big part of our program, our season this year. And so, like we've kind of been saying, like our guys have worked hard. We don't have a team. We don't look at our team and see a lot of guys with college offers and all that kind of stuff. So, it's going to really take all 11 guys getting out there and just being relentless and just, refusing to accept anything besides each other's best. And so, we get that kind of buy-in from our guys, and that's how you turn around a program.
Trent from Central Alabama standouts. This question is for the players. Who's the best NCAA 25 player in the locker room?
I'd want to say myself, but it's most definitely my brother. He beats me pretty good, but I think I'm definitely the second best.
No, I'm going to have to go me.
They're all going to pick themselves.
I haven't lost to anybody, so, yeah.
I don't play games.
Rance works on the farm, baby.
Good question.
I haven't even bought it.
Y'all need to bring it up to the field house. I'd like to play y'all.
Coach Strick was playing on Coach, I don't know about that.
You may not know. We're going to get that one set up.
You know real football, but not NCAA.
I don't know. I played it in 2006.
Coach Smelly, going back to the scary incident on the kayak, first, thanks for being willing to discuss that with us. Second, is there anything that you learned from that incident that you can carry forward as in your roles as a coach and a teacher and a leader at Sylacauga High School?
Yeah, I mean, definitely just being grateful for, being where you're at, and the impact that you're trying to make. And man, life moves so fast and it's so fleeting, and really just time goes by so fast. I mean, I've got 4 kids and my oldest daughter's 10 years old, and it's just scary to think how fast time actually goes. And so, everybody's days are numbered, and we don't know when our time's going to run out. And so, man, let's be the best that we can. Let's make an impact with the time that we have. And I definitely want to do that. With my players and our school and our city, and want to have the best impact that I can. Absolutely.
For the 3 players, you guys ended last year with 2 wins, 2 exciting wins. How did that change the mood and what you did in the off season? Be able to come into the off season on a high like that.
Well, I'd like to first credit our seniors last year. I think they were definitely a big cornerstone to helping us, build this new culture and doing that. And without them, it wouldn't be possible because of the leadership they provided for us. So moving forward, we just want to kind of, ride that high and obviously, push what I was saying earlier, just relentless effort. And, we have to realize that, not everyone is going to, think of us as, hey, we're the big team, but in our eyes, we need to be the top dogs. We need to be the team that goes out and busts people in the mouth. And so that's kind of our mentality is, just give it all we got all the time. And like Coach Smelly said, live like, we don't know if tomorrow's promised or not. So give everything we have every day.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely upped our confidence for this upcoming season. I feel like everybody been putting in the extra work this summer. So, yeah.
We had a lot of great leaders last year that we had some shoes to fill that really helped us work.
We finished those last 2 games with those wins, but we had some other close ones and competed hard into the fourth quarter with some teams, some super talented teams. Think about our game early in the year with Moody. Had a game with Beauregard that we had won. I mean, we were up 21 points in the fourth quarter, and that was sort of that first feeling of like, man, finding a way to win and like learning how to win can be difficult. And so, again, want to credit, like how these guys said, some our seniors last year and continuing to push forward even when things were hard. I've talked to some coaches and just talked about when things are hard and going through tough times and going through a losing season. And a coach said, yeah, I mean, you might start a year with 60 players, and by the end of the year, you got 40 guys out there. Well, that didn't happen with us. I mean, it was tough. It was hard, especially after that Beauregard game. And guys kept showing up, kept working. And so that's a testament to the guys and the culture that I feel like we're on the cusp of building.
And kind of going along with what Coach Smelly said about the Beauregard loss, we were all, very upset by that. It was a big heartbreaker for us. So to be able to unite as a team and use kind of like that pain, that disappointment, that kind of really shifted us all towards that common goal of, working together every day and giving it what we've got and really just buying into what Coach Smelly wanted for us. And I think from there forward, it really just shifted our culture. And I think now we're on the right track and we're going to continue that.
Chris, in years past, video games could be coaches' worst nightmares because the kids were all doing it and weren't necessarily focused on football or other things that they need to be focused on. But it seems like the release of NCAA 25, the football has first off, I don't know anybody that's not talking about it. So do you think that this could possibly help a coach get kids out to play football?
Oh, man. I think that they could definitely be doing a lot of worse things. And so, and I hadn't played the game yet. I think it was a while ago when I had it back on my PlayStation 2.
It's way different.
Yeah. And so, I definitely grew up playing it and all that when I was younger. But there's probably a level of just like kind of seeing things and seeing football and how plays are called and seeing concepts and different things that I imagine is pretty realistic in a lot of ways. And there's a lot of worse things that they could be doing for sure.
Any more questions for Coach Smelly and the Sylacauga Aggies? Okay, if there are no further questions, that'll wrap up this session of the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day. We'd like to wish Coach Smelly and the Aggies good luck this season. Next up, we'll have the Mumford High School Lions and Coach Michael Easley.
Bandits Bar and Grill is your stop for great food, family fun, and live music. Wednesday night, it's Cornhole Tournament. Thursday night, Biker Night. Don't forget about the live music, too. Great steaks, full bar, awesome appetizers, wings, nachos, tacos, and fried catfish. Stop in today or give us a call at 256-369-2920. That's Bandits Bar and Grill on Fort Williams and Sylacauga.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned. And with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years. Federally insured by the NCUA.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear the roads of Alabama calling. Tony Sarah Ford has your answer. We offer a great selection of Ford and pre-owned inventories and the Sarah Promise. During our Make It Ford summer sales event, take home a 2023 F-150 with 1.9% APR or up to $6,000 in bonus cash, or a new Explorer with 0% APR and $800 bonus cash, plus no payments for 90 days. Alabama can be yours to discover in a new vehicle from Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, we have Coach Michael Easley entering his 6th season at the helm at Mumford High School. Representing the Lions today, we have Tank Edmondson and Hunter Sparks. They open up the season at home on August 30th against Lincoln, competing in Class 4A, Region 3, with some of those natural rivals like Booker T. Washington and Bullock County.
Oh, me, yeah. Coach, you can start because that sure wasn't fair.
Yeah, we're going to have some, next 2 years, there's going to be some long trips there, but we get the longest one out of the way this year. So I'll be honest with you, I had to look up, I didn't know where Bullock County was on the day we got put in the region. No, I had to look it up to see that it was in Union Springs. So we're going to be spending some time on the bus this year. So I'll go ahead and start. You know, of course, I think these two guys are 4-year players for us, started for us the last couple of years. And, you know, I think most everybody knows about Tank and his highlight reels. And he, of course, he rushed for over 2,000 yards for us last year. Sparks had a great career for us. He actually started as a sophomore for us. He had to miss a couple games sophomore year because I had to fight him to pull him out of a game when he got a concussion. He took a cleat to the I think to the chin, and his daddy looked at me on the sideline and said, "Would you please talk to him and tell him he's got to go to the hospital?" And so I had to push him on to get him to go to the hospital. But two tough guys, like I said, 4-year guys, and really leaders of our team, do things the right way. You never have to get on these guys. You have to find a reason to, really. You have to find the right button to push sometimes just to have a chance to raise your voice at them. But they do everything the right way, play hard, work hard in the weight room, and two great kids to have in our program.
Trent and Garrett, since y'all on standouts, what are your expectations for the team this season?
Our goal is always the playoffs. Some years you're going to be younger. Well, last year we went through a year where started a lot of young guys, and I say young, there were some of them were juniors, but we had a lot of guys starting for the first time. But regardless, we are always looking for the playoffs. You know, looking back at the end of the year, there were a couple of games we felt like turnovers cost us the games at the beginning of the season and middle of the season, but came down last year, kind of like we you kind of look at it going into the year, and it was our second year in that region, so we kind of looked at it and figured that Cleveland County was going to be the team we had to beat, and they were coming back with about 20 seniors, and it's one of those years where they were physically, better than us at the time. We didn't play our best game, but they ended up getting the 4th spot there. So looking back at the end of the year, we kind of felt like there were 2 games we fumbled away, so to speak, and kind of gave away. And but starting as many young guys as we did, you kind of look back after the season and say, I can see why this stuff happened. Well, a lot of those guys are back this year. So we want to, our goal is always going to be the playoffs, but, I've talked to them about, we've just got to go out there and play. Our goal needs to be to win a region championship, but at the end of the day, you got to get in the playoffs, because once whoever gets in, every one of those teams are 0-0 when they start. So that's our goal.
Derek Chapman with Central Alabama Standouts. Coach, what are your key focuses for the team this season, considering the competition in your region?
Well, first off, we got to be good tacklers in space. I think when you look at, we've had a really tough region the last 4 years, but there's, I hate to say it, but a little more speed in our region this year. And so we've got to be great tacklers in space. That's going to be number one. We've had a lot of guys make big improvements in the weight room, so you would hope that carries over onto the field. But that's got to be number one for us. Number two, we've got to play better on the up front against teams that there's going to be teams that we play that they're a little bit bigger than us. So we've got to play, and I'm talking both sides of the ball. We've got to play better up front, and we're a year older on the defensive line. Last year we had a lot of guys playing that were 10th graders and 9th graders. So we got to play better up there. Offensively, yeah, you want to play better on the offensive line, but we did lose 4 starters. So we've got to, we got to have some guys play good early. But you're just talking about the region in general. We got to to me, what stands out first is we got to tackle better, and we got to find a way to take great angles and not allow guys with speed to hurt us. Some games you're going to play great competition. They're going to get what they can get, or they're going to get what they can get. You got to limit the big plays and stuff like that. So I'm going to say number one, we got to tackle better in space.
Coach Short, high school football, Alabama. Coach Easley, could you give me an idea, you might not have it yet, but of your returning starters on offense and defense, your roster size, and maybe how many seniors and juniors you have?
Yes, roster size, we're sitting at 60 right now, which is more than we've ever had since I've been there. I actually ran out of extra large helmets yesterday. I was telling you that story back there. I had to order another helmet yesterday. So we're sitting at 60 right now. Returning starters on offense, we lose 4 offensive linemen, so we got 1 coming back there. Quarterback's coming back. Of course, these 2 guys at the H-back and running back's coming back. So, I mean, talking about guys that's played, and played starter reps, and I'm talking about just the number of reps in a game, we have about 5 coming back on offense and 5 coming back on defense. But we feel good about what we got coming back, and we're going to have more depth. We went into the spring. We haven't done spring the last couple of years. We went into the spring saying we got to get a lot of guys ready to play. And I kind of think I told you this a couple months ago. I remembered coaching against y'all years ago when you were at Heflin and how many guys y'all played early in the year, especially up front on the defensive line. So we have tried to get a lot of guys ready. We did it during the spring game. Weren't really going in trying to win. We're going to do the same thing week 0. We're going to play as many different guys as we can. We've done the same thing in 7-on-7. So we're trying to get more guys reps because we do feel like our depth is better. Even with some good players we lost, we feel like we got more depth this year. So, again, kind of about half our starters back, but with more depth. So sometimes that can make up for your depth can make up for a starter or two as far as experience goes. Seniors, let's see how many we got now. I believe we have 10 seniors. Juniors, we've had a few kids come out that didn't play the last couple of years, and it's increased our junior class. I think we got around 15 juniors. Again, some of them had never played before, but still, again, it builds depth. You're talking about a guy that may be able to come in and give you 10, 15 snaps a game. Our biggest class is our sophomore class. We have about 20 or 21 of those, and they've been big. They were big last year. They were our biggest class last year. So we're looking at 60 total right now.
Kicker?
Well, we do have a kicker. We lost our 3-year starter at kicker who had I joked around, Dakota was our 5-sport guy and won, of course, state championships in cross country and track. But we have a kid that played JV for us last year, and Sergio, he's a soccer player for us, and the ball just really explodes off his leg. So he's still learning how to get the feel of the football coming off his foot. But kicked in the spring game, I think he hit two or three extra points. Hit his field goal. So he's doing a good job. Missed a long one, but he is one of those where I think his old head came up too soon. He hit right in the middle of the ball, and it probably didn't get 10 yards off the ground. So, but he's going to be fine. He's going to do our kickoffs. He was consistently during spring, during our specialty periods, probably putting it somewhere around the 6 or 7. But he was also just coming out of soccer season then, and he was kicking the ball well. So we let him start kicking a little bit because we try not to overdo it early in the year with those legs.
Coach, I can't think of anybody that reclassification stung more than Munford. Talk a little bit about, people don't realize how much money that change actually probably cost your program. Can you talk about that just a little bit?
Yeah, the first day we came out, we were in the 9-team region, but we had a lot of local rivalries. And we were looking at it saying, man, these are going to be some good gates. Still a tough region, but it was going to be good gates. And that's what you want as a coach. You want some good gates you want people that's going to bring in a crowd, that's going to create a good atmosphere, and you have good games. And then 24 hours later, getting shipped south, and us and Cleveland County both, we're in the same boat. Getting shipped south, it's the difference in traveling 30 minutes and 2.5 hours. And, you start talking about, for us, for example, when we leave to go to Bullitt County, I've got to pay, I've got to pay for subs for every coach that's got to leave early. I got to pay for subs for a bus driver that coaches something else. So I got to pay for his sub. There's just so much money that goes into it, and not the best time in our country to have a lot of excess cash, and so people just don't have it. So it's going to affect us. We've kind of looked at the budget a little bit over the next 2 years, and we're expecting travel expenses to go up about 30 to 40%, which is hard enough to pay for travel as it is. And so we expect a big rise there, because not only with that, if you can't be at your school, let's say 3:05 to 3:15 to each pregame meal, now you're eating on the road. So now you're spending more money eating on the road. So there's just a lot of factors that go into it, and financially, that's going to be the biggest. I think the biggest area is that change in regions is going to hurt. Is going to be the financial side of it, because it's going to cost a lot more to travel.
Coach, Namath Pitts with East Alabama Now. Coach, talking about the gate a little bit, you start the year with Lincoln, the big rivalry game, so that'll be a pretty great gate to start the season. Talk about moving that game from kind of later in the season to early in the season, and then for the players, talk about that rivalry and what that game means to you personally.
I'll let them go ahead and go, and then I'll finish up.
That game, I feel like that game means a lot to us. That's probably one of the funnest games we play. I feel like we got to lock in on the region games, because them are the more important games, but Lincoln, it's a very fun game to play, and I feel like we should lock in really well in that game, and that's a good win to have under your belt for us.
It's a big game, for sure. It's just a rivalry, but we start with them region games, go to the playoffs. That's because they're just like one game out the season. We got other games to focus on to further propel our season, to do better.
Yeah, and both of them kind of echoed what I preached to them about non-region games, but especially the Lincoln game, because it's such a big rivalry. It's a fun game, and if you get a win in that game, man, it's just fun to have that win for either side, because both sides enjoy that game a lot. But for us, I try to preach to our guys, and it doesn't matter if we're playing Lincoln or we're playing a region game. Don't let the 10% affect the 90%. We don't ever want to let one game affect the other 9, or if, depending on what point of the season we're in, it may be the other 4 or 5. So, we don't want to. Yes, I always tell the kids, let's go have fun in this game. Let's go win it, but let's go have fun and enjoy this. It's always a good atmosphere. It's always, crowds are into it. So that kind of gets you ready. If you make the playoffs, it gets you ready for a playoff game, and that's all. We've always tried to use the Lincoln game for that, to prepare us for a playoff game if we got in the playoffs. So and that's really how we look at it. And of course, both of them kind of echoed that. It's fun, but at the same time, it's a non-region game, and our focus entirely for the season as a whole has to be, we got to do whatever we need to do to get in the playoffs. But as far as having it week 1, Not ideal for some people, but, you know, the truth of the matter is when the regions first came out the first day, we were in a 9-team region, and which eliminated the ability to play a Week 5 game, a non-region Week 5 game. So me and Coach Zedeker had to go ahead. We went ahead and booked it Week 1, and I think he had his book Week 5 booked the very next day. So by the time they changed the regions, there really wasn't any changing.
Coach, with the distance in the region, is it going to be easier if you get off to a good start, maybe win against Lincoln, win that first region game? Is it going to be easier to fly a little bit under the radar in this region because it's very spread out and the teams are in very different media markets?
They are, but nowadays with every single movement you make on Huddle and social media, and you know, these kids will start talking about somebody that's, you know, we may be in week 2 or 3 and they're seeing highlights of somebody we're playing week 8 or 9 now. There's just really no hiding. If you're good, everybody pretty much knows you're good early in the year. If you're struggling, everybody knows you're struggling. But it is big, though. I mean, we want to get off to a good start. You know, and again, I go back to what we talked about earlier with the speed in the region. You know, we open up with some speed as far as region play goes. And, you know, Tallahassee, even though they're moving down, I think, from 5A, they started a ton of young kids last year. They got a new coach in. Got the coach that was at Booker T. Washington last year who ended up putting Hanley out of the playoffs. So they're going to be a lot better just being a year older. So we're going to have to be ready to play. And that's another good reason for us. It's another good reason to be able to play Lincoln week 1 is we're going to see that same type of speed week 1 that we're going to see really most of our region now. So I like doing that. From that aspect, I like playing Lincoln week 1 and being able to roll right into Tallahassee, who's going to be a very similar team speed-wise.
Coach Bruce Carr, B101 Sylacauga. Excuse me.
This question is for you, and then I got a question for the two players that are here today. Coach, offensively and defensively, what can not only your fans expect out of Mumford this year, but anybody else that may be interested in your program? What about offensively and defensively for your team?
Well, I'll start defensively. I think a lot of our guys are going to be a year older, year stronger, year bigger, and going to see more guys play and more guys. We're going to be able to rotate in a few more guys up front than we have in the past. We probably got more linebacker depth. When's the last time you've seen that many guys in linebacker individual? Ever?
No.
We have more depth, and so see a few more guys playing. But I hope defensively you're going to see us tackling space better, take great angles. You know, we kind of started talking about it a little bit with the kids. We'll really start harping on it the first day of practice. But, you know, there's going to be some non-negotiables with us. And you know, I try not to use excuses for my kids, but at the same time, we had so many guys out there that had never touched a varsity field when we got on the field last year that as a coach, when you realistically look at it, those kind of kids are going to make mistakes. But, you know, there's going to be some non-negotiables, and we've kind of talked about it a little bit with the kids, how, you know, we've got to learn there's just some things we can't let happen on the field. Jumping, there's just no reason, especially when the ball's right over you. There's no reason for a defensive lineman, especially in those, to jump off sides. You're looking at the ball; it's right there. But little stuff like that, you know, as far as taking angles, getting in your correct gap, stuff like that. We got to do a better job of that this year. Offensively, what can you expect? You can expect this guy over here to carry the ball a lot. But even then, I think last year averaged 23.5 carries a game, which is not a lot when you look at some other places. I remember one year Flomaton's quarterback, I think he carried it 42 times in the state championship game, and that was normal for them. But you're going to see him carry the ball. We've also got some depth there as well. We got another senior, A.J. Denson, plays running back as well. You'll see them in the backfield together at times. So we got a little bit of depth there, but we've also, having a quarterback last year he's a year older now. And so we need more out of our pass game. And I've really harped on the receivers this summer. We'll continue it when we get into August. They've got to play better. We've got to run routes better. We've got to get separation better. We've got to catch the ball better. And I think we will. Again, year older, more experience right there. So that's the two things, we've got to see it. We've got to see, you're going to see, obviously, him carry the ball, but we've got to see we got to see better execution in the pass game. And it was one of those years where I try to protect our quarterback as much as possible. Anytime you throw a young quarterback in there, and BJ was a sophomore last year, at least in my eyes, I'm going to be careful with him and try to protect him as much as I can. And that comes with play calling and scheming. But, this year he's had a full year starting now. There's really not anything that he doesn't know or can't run in our offense. So, we need to see in the pass game, we need to see that part of our offense be, I guess, just, be more consistent and execute better.
This one's for the players, guys. You're both seniors, right?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right? Okay. You've had Coach Easley now as your coach for 4 years on varsity. What's it like playing for him?
Oh, that's a loaded question.
Playing for Coach Easley, it's been very fun. I think coming in, just coming into summer workouts, Coach Easley is going to push you to be the best player you can be. And he's going to make sure, when you leave and you graduate, he's going to make sure you're growing into be the best husband, man you can be when you leave there. And it's been great playing for him for the past 4 years.
Yeah, it's more than just football with him. He pushed us to be better. He taught us, he gave us some speeches about being a father, saying it's the best thing you can be in life. And I always, think about that, as I leave practice, some workouts, leave school for the day, think about that speech and how it affects me, how I'm pushing for more than just football in my life. I want to be something better. I want this to be the best thing that I do in life. I want to grow to be somebody lead, be a father, be great at things.
And I'll echo that. These two listen, apparently, because I have given those speeches a lot. But we do. Look, these guys right here, and we got a lot of kids like that on this year's team. They do what you ask them to do. You push them. They accept the challenge because we're not easy on our kids, and we set high standards. But, we got a big group that's like that this year, but especially these two. They do what you ask them to do. And also, but when you see kids like this, you got to give credit to their parents. Okay, and I tell a quick story about your mom. I don't know if she wants me to tell this or not, but Tank, I told him I was going to order number 0 this year, and Tank was like, "Hey, I want to switch to 0." And I guess he went home and told his mom that. Mom said, "No, you're not, because I've got shirts with number 3 on it, and I'm not buying more shirts, so you're going to stay at number 3." And he did. There was no argument, and he did. But that gives you an example of what type of parent, what type of parent he's got. And I say this. I said it about Sylvester, and I said it about Kyler. And this one has probably dealt with it too. This is a kid that could have left us, okay? He could have left us and went to bigger schools the past couple of years and didn't. And says a lot about him. Says a lot about him, and it says a lot about his parents. And, he's dealt with it too. In fact, I remember talking to his dad. I told you how I used to describe him at the banquet last year when he was getting the defensive awards. He has no care for his body on the field. He's full speed. He's going to hit you. He doesn't worry. I mean, he's not out there making any business decisions. He has no care for his body. But I gave that story early on about, that the Childersburg game his sophomore year. He took and it was I've never seen anybody fall like this, but just at the right angle, he took a cleat right here under the helmet, and he was knocked silly for a few minutes, but he did not want to leave the game. And of course, we had, trainers had called his parents down on the field. And I'm coaching and walking back over there and coaching and walking back over there. And I walk over there, and his dad's like, "Coach, he will not leave in the ambulance. Would you please tell him he's got to go?" And I was like, "Hey, you got to go." He's like, "Oh, man," but he didn't want to leave. But such good parents. And like I said, he's another kid that had ties to another community close to us that could have left and didn't. And his little brother is the same way. His little brother's going into 8th grade for us. And I know because his dad told me the story when he came to get you stuff that after the Childersburg game, there were some coaches at another school who was like, "Hey, won't you bring Hayden over here?" And, he was talking about his little brother. "Won't you bring him over here and play with us?" It's going on everywhere. So to see guys like this and stick with it for 4 years at a small school, we don't have a lot of resources. I think Sylvester Smith described it perfectly recently. We got a dirt practice field. We don't have a very nice weight room. It ain't very big, but we got kids that want to stay there and work and represent that M, and that's what's special.
Derek Chapman with Central Alabama Standouts, and this question is for Coach and the players. How do you prepare mentally or physically for a big game?
I want to hear their reactions first.
Preparing for a game, I feel like it's all going to start on Monday. Like most people say, they're going to start like Friday, listening to music, I feel like it starts on Monday because you're going to practice that whole week for that game. I feel like you got to come in Monday locked in, get a full week of practice because you're going to practice how you play. So if you come in Monday, practice all week, I feel like you're going to play good, and then Friday get locked in. I don't really have other than practicing the way I'm going to play. That's how I feel like when I come in Monday and practice throughout the week, I feel like that's how I'm going to play. If I can have a good week of practice and the whole team can have a good week of practice, if they can come in Monday and practice the whole week like that, I feel like we'll have a good turnout that Friday night.
As Hunter said, it starts that Monday. You come in, you got to focus on that team, watching film, practicing. You have to give your 100%, or that Friday you're not going to be able to play at your best capabilities. You're going to go out, you're going to be sluggish. You're going to be ready, you're going to be prepared for what's coming. Then Thursdays, the ice baths, getting your body ready, walkthroughs, all that stuff goes into Friday. If you don't prepare right, you're not going to be ready.
Yeah, and these two guys said it, the years we've had, and I would say really – you go point to a game or two every year as a coach, and you're like, man, we were really locked in, ready to play that week. It all started with good practice on Monday. And sometimes I've had a year, one of the best games we played in the last 5 years was on a short week. We were playing on Thursday, and we were so beat up, we could not dress out in pads because we couldn't have any contact that week because we went helmets and shorts Monday, helmets and shorts Tuesday. And but I say all that, the kids were locked in. And it was one of those times, and I'm not going to mention the game, but I walked in, and I started to say something to the kids, and I didn't really have to say anything. And I walked out there and I told the coaches, I said, I said a few seconds, but I didn't have to say anything. These guys are ready to play. And we went out there and played our best game of the year. And so, again, like I said, it starts on Monday. I've tried to preach, I try to preach nutrition and sleep. It's a lot more in the spotlight than it was, say, 10 years ago. But I try to preach, that aspect of it. We protein. During the season, we feed them. We can't afford to feed them very nice stuff. We'll fix peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on Wednesday and do protein shakes on Wednesday. We've proteined probably most every day this summer after workouts, but we try to get a lot of protein in them and replace that. We take tons of Gatorade and Propel. Pretty much almost every day we're getting a Gatorade in them either before practice or after practice. If it's not a protein day, if it's protein day, we'll get it in before practice. But we try to physically prepare their bodies. Hopefully, mentally, you hope as a coach they are. In today's world with all the distractions, I'm telling you, I'm glad there wasn't all the distractions they have now when we were in school playing. So I don't see how they focus, but we got a lot of kids that do.
Coach Short, high school football, Alabama players. I hope you understand how special it is for you to be here today representing your team. So I'd like for you to tell us what it means to you to be able to be here as a senior representing the Mumford Lions.
I believe it shows how Coach Easley looks at us. He looks at us as leaders, and that he wants us to go out there and set an example for the younger players, and that we've got his trust. That's how I would put that.
It feels good knowing that, he can let us do this, to come out here and talk, for the team, for the community. This is a big thing, like we're on the spotlight now, getting more, get more out there, It just feels like he has trust, and we're leaders of the team.
It's a good way of putting it. Good way of putting it.
And remember, when you graduate and become a has-been, I'm sure he still does the same thing too. You'll be able to come back, especially being leaders now. You'll always be a Mumford Lion, and you'll be able to talk to those younger kids and put it over to them.
Yeah. That's big. I try to preach community and serve it and giving back to your community as much as you can and loving the program when you leave.
Michael, I don't know how active you are in social media, but you've certainly heard about the post that Sylvester made about what it means to play at home. And it really moved me to the point that we're going to actually publish it in our magazine this year. But can you talk about that a little bit and just what it means to have a kid like him still preaching to the youngsters?
It's special. I love that kid to death. He called me the other day. We usually talk at least once a week, not once every 2 weeks, but it's special, and I think the biggest thing, he's playing in the SEC right now, but to watch the maturation process with him, to watch him mature over these years and grow up. I ran into one of the Auburn's coaches down there in in Montgomery at the clinic last week and walked up to him, and he, grabbed me and hugged me, and I said, "How's our son doing?" He said, our son's doing great. And he said he's mature and he's representing our university the right way. He's working hard. He texted me 2 nights ago. I meant to tell you this. He texted me 2 nights ago and said he got 525 on squat. I started to tell him, "Hey, you're getting close to Tank's range," but I was going to let him. I let him enjoy that. I let him enjoy his time. But it is special, and because Sylvester is a guy that for multiple years had multiple coaches at other schools calling him, trying to get him to leave Montford. And I think I read the post. Somebody screenshotted it and sent it to me, and I think to sum it up best, he was honest, because you go through life and there's decisions, whether it's whether it's your job or whether it's your marriage or whatever the case is, it's friendships, whatever, that you do think about the negative sometimes. And sometimes the negative stuff is right in front of you, and you have to kind of wade through that to see the positive. But he was able to do that, and he was honest in there. He was like, was there times that I thought about leaving? Yes. And I think a lot of kids nowadays probably see the shine and the glitter of other stuff and think, yeah, man, that looks nicer, or that's the easier way, or whatever the case is. But it's special. And I'm going to tell you something, Sylvester gives back a lot. I can remember having an argument with him last year during the fall. He's wanting to buy the team the pregame meal. And I said, "No, you put your money in the bank." And he was like, "No, Coach, I want to buy the meal." And I wouldn't let him, but I turned around, a month or two later, and he'd bought all the teachers coffee and donuts or something one morning. And he's giving back. He appreciates his community, because the thing about him is he really appreciates people that invest in him. And I hope all kids are like that. There's so many kids, and these two are very appreciative of what they have. And there's some kids you see take things for granted, but I try to preach to kids, hey, whatever you do when you leave here, love your program, and support your program. And that's one of the last things I tell the seniors after the last game of the year is, hey, this is your program. It's not my program. It's not the principal's program. This is your program. You played here. You support this program through good times and bad. You support this program as you go on in your future, and take pride in it, because hopefully you learn something from it. I don't care if it's football, but hopefully you learn something from it. But we're very appreciative of Sylvester. And another one, Kyler Gibson's at Troy. He's running with the ones at Troy right now. This will be his 3rd year up there, and he's very supportive and is vocally supportive. Talks to the guys when he comes back and works out. So we got some guys at the next level that's really they do a good job of promoting our school, and promoting our program when they're away from it now. They're in college and they're becoming young adults.
Okay, if there are no further questions for Coach Easley and his player representatives, that will wrap up our session with Montford High School. We'd like to wish Coach Easley and the Montford Lions good luck this season. Next up at the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day, we have Coach Adam Fawcett in the B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers.
Heritage South Credit Union proudly serves the cities of Sylacauga, Childersburg, Moody, and surrounding counties. Unlike regular banks, Heritage South Credit Union is member-owned. And with over 13,000 members, Heritage South Credit Union is the premier financial institution in the markets they serve. Visit them online at myhscu.com. Heritage South Credit Union, your community credit union for over 80 years. Federally insured by the NCUA.
He will never fail. I trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail.
The all-new Marble City Pharmacy in Sylacauga is your destination for the highest quality health care. Our remodeled and expanded pharmacy gives us the space to serve more patients. We've added a drive-through window for those times when you don't feel like getting out of your vehicle. And we still offer delivery within city limits. We feature a full line of over-the-counter medications and supplements. And don't forget our stunning new gift department. New building, same great people. Marble City Pharmacy, here for life.
Yeah, I'm watching it too. I see them every day.
Curtains. They're always drawn in this place.
I know.
That guy seems like he's in charge of them. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this.
We have to report this.
Yes, absolutely.
Good.
Back from commercial.
All right, I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Next up, we have Coach Adam Fawcett entering his 7th season as the head football coach at Comer. With Coach Fawcett today, we have Raylan Sims, Richard Weed, Caden Brown. Comer Tigers have won 44 games over the last 4 seasons. Recently online, I saw where that was 8th in the state for a number of victories over the last 4 years. They moving up this year to compete in Class 3A in Region 4. They will be opening up their season at home against Wadley. Is that right, Coach? On the 23rd of August.
All right, I brought with me today Caden Brown, offensive and defensive lineman for us. Raylan Sims, athlete. He plays multiple positions for us on both sides of the ball. And Richard Weed, who plays defensive back and wide receiver for us. So, I think you guys covered it as far as going up to 3A and the different challenges of that. Looking forward to this team and what this team can do. We try to explain to these guys, nobody cares what you've already done. It's what are you going to do? So we've got to move forward. This group of seniors is a good group. They've been through the fire and they've been tested. And over the summer, we've tried to relay that to some of the younger guys that don't have any skin in the game yet, as to the importance of doing what you're supposed to do. And being a teammate to help out on the field and to be that 10th or 11th guy that has to go on the field and play.
Trent Garrett with Central Alabama Standouts. This one is for the players and coaches. What are your expectations for the team this season?
I really believe that my expectations is for everybody to just buy into what's going on and to stay good teammates to each other.
My expectation is everybody just be a family and just everybody get on the same board. If everybody on the same board, I feel like we could be special all over again.
It's your turn. I'll go last.
My expectation for the season just to build a brotherhood for the team, and get past the step that we couldn't get past for the last couple of years, so that's it.
Expectations for me are the same. We want to continue the program. We want to continue moving forward with the program. I think that as coaches, we get caught up in all the things that go on with the coaching aspect of it. And we lose sight sometimes of what goes of what's really important. So we're not going to downplay the success on the field, but we are going to work a lot more on developing these guys to be better young men. And what they have to understand is, like this isn't going to define you. Like a football game is not going to define you. So. I want them to be better young men, and over the past couple of years, I think we've kind of lost sight of that, and I've kind of lost sight of that because of the urgency to win and the pressure to win and things like that. So we've kind of refocused this summer and put a lot of emphasis on building and being a better team and being a better teammate.
Derek Chapman with Central Alabama Standouts. Coach, with the loss of key players in significant roles, how are you preparing the new starters mentally to step up and fill those positions?
The best thing we have is experience. And losing 12 guys, if you look at the guys that we lost, you lost 2 Division I guys. You lost another guy that's going to go and play Division II football. You lost a lot of guys, key guys that key linemen for you and things like that. So the best experience, and based on summer rules and the things that you can do and can't do, 7-on-7 isn't going to give you a true game experience. It's fun to go out there and throw the ball around and see what you can do. We do some OTAs and things like that, and that helps you a little bit, especially doing some inside and 11-on-11s. But the best experience that they can garner is to watch these older guys, and it's dependent upon them. It's literally kind of a pecking order of learning from these older guys. And these guys, I remember when these guys were younger, and man, they went through it. They were they were scout team guys, and they were having to learn the hard way on how to prepare and how to be ready to go. So mental toughness is something that is important in any aspect, whether it be a game or sport or life or anything like that. So, and I think mental toughness is something that it's continuing to progress. You've got to continue to stay up on it. As a coach, I've got to continue to understand how to make my guys mentally tough. And when you have 45 kids, not all of them function the same way. So as a coach, we have to be able to function different ways with different kids.
Coach Jim Jacobs, FNN Network. Most people say if you play football, you got to have a short memory, especially when it comes to wins and losses. But most of us had you guys pinned in last year to go back to the championship game and rematch with Fife, and obviously that didn't happen. Can you talk about the last seconds of last year and basically what you've done to make sure that doesn't affect this year's team going forward?
Moving forward, we continue to control what we can control. Things that are out of our control, we can't worry about. I will say that the last seconds of that game did not determine the overall outcome of that game. We made mistakes throughout the game and didn't capitalize on mistakes that they made. So, as far as lessons learned, man, that was a crappy way to learn a lesson. But that stuff that we've used over the summer with these guys, we've got to learn to accept responsibility. We've got to learn to own it and, say, hey, we messed up, we made some mistakes, and we've got to grow from it. So we want to move forward and look ahead. Man, it would have been great to go and play that next week, but we're ready to move forward on to some new challenges.
And to step up from that, for you and the players, what's it like to go from being everybody's homecoming team to this year you're probably everybody's bullseye?
Well, if you look at our non-region schedule, I've had numerous fellow coaches ask me, why in the world did you schedule these non-region games? I had a hard time finding non-region games. So non-region, we're playing open up with Wadley. We play Vincent. We go to Piedmont. And then we play Thorsby at the end of the season, who Thorsby was in the region with us, and they're moving up to 3A as well. So it's a testament to our guys and our coaches and the work that they've put in. I think the commitment level, it's hard to believe. I don't really think about the process of year 7, but it's hard to believe this is year 7. Seems like just yesterday I was just getting here, but seeing the growth and seeing these guys develop, we're going to continue developing them, and we'll keep moving forward.
Coach Bruce Carr, B101 Sylacauga. Again, I've talked a lot about this today. This year was a reclassification year. You jumped from 2A to 3A. What will be your mindset as you go up? I mean, obviously, you don't have a lot of control about whether you stay 2A or 3A. I get it.
but what does it look like moving up this year as far as your region is concerned? And I know one of those games will be Childersburg, but you've got several other tough region games coming up this year. What will be the difference between the last couple of years when you saw a lot of success moving into this year?
First, before I answer that question, if you could do me a favor, get Harold to take me fishing. He always talks about it, but he won't take me fishing. So
He probably heard you, so go ahead.
I hope so. No, 2A to 3A, like our mentality is we're going to line up and play, and that's just like for years and years. That's been the mentality I've carried. We're going to use our weapons and use your weapons, and we're going to line up and play and see what happens. So, 2A to 3A, we're going to see some opponents that we've seen. There's two opponents that we haven't seen in Lee Scott and Glenwood, and based on them coming from AISA and being a private school, they have a little bit different set of guidelines and rules as far as enrollment goes. So, we really don't know what to expect from them. Randolph County and Beulah and Dadeville, Childersburg, the beauty of small high school football is that coach got up, went to work, and he probably had to deal with an issue too, or he probably had a kid that was in a bad mood, or he had a kid that may have gotten in a little trouble or whatever else. So, how we process our situations and how we grow through them determines the outcome. And we're going to line up and play ball. I really don't care what uniform they have on or anything like that. Well, I want our guys to line up and give me their best, and whatever happens will happen.
This question is for the players. Guys, in today's world, a lot of high school coaches come and go. And, Coach, you just mentioned it's hard to believe it's been 7 years you've been there. And players, y'all have had Coach Fawcett now. Basically, I would probably assume 7th grade through 12th grade. And for being here that long. What's it like to play for him?
It's real fun at times. Then it's time where you have your days that he'll get on you. But overall, I like playing for Coach Fawcett.
Well, Coach Fawcett, he's a great coach. Learned a lot from him. He actually turned this program from nothing to something. So I just appreciate everything Coach Fawcett do for me.
Like he said, he's a great coach. I'm still also learning a lot from him. It's good to play for him. He always wanted us to do our best no matter what we doing in the classroom, outside of football, in public. It don't matter. He just wanted us to be the best and be a good character about ourselves.
Coach, you kind of go.
I was just going to say those are all good answers. You get to ride home.
Coach, you mentioned earlier you lost 2 D1 players, 1 player going D2 or whatever. Obviously, you've lost some talent there off of their last several teams. Anything going to be any different about the way that you approach offensively and defensively going into 2024 after losing those players?
I think our system is our system, and we stick to our system and our terminology, and it's about the pieces of the puzzle and where you put them. So we've got a lot of moving pieces in the puzzle right now, and trying to figure out the best fit. So we do have a jamboree on the 16th where we'll get to kind of see where the pieces fit and move some people around to see what the best fit is. But we're going to put all the pieces in where we think they fit best and go play.
I can assume you're probably going to continue running the football.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, as far as losing guys, the big thing is losing 4 out of 5 offensive linemen. So Caden is the only returning offensive lineman. So I fired our offensive line coach 3 times this summer, and it's me, so I just keep coming back. So.
Hey, that puts a lot on you, doesn't it, bro?
A little bit. Yeah.
Man.
Central Alabama standouts. Coach, over the recent years, we've seen a growing the number of fans and fan engagement. How important is it to have a big fan base right now?
Man, our fan base is fun. They show up. Tiger Nation is there. They travel well. It's really neat to see because there's a long line of pride of Comer alumni, and excuse me, and seeing them at games and talking to them and just kind of interacting with them after games. Or I can't go to Walmart and not have somebody come by and stop me and ask me about football or tell me what year they graduated or man, we're so proud of you guys and things like that. So, but our fan base is great, and when things are, even when things aren't good, they are there. They're supporting us, and that support has to continue as well. So, we've had some great crowds. We've put together some really, really big crowds over the past couple of years. And our environment, our playoff environment over the past couple of years, some games probably rivals some big school environments. Just the number of people there and the noise and just the energy that's in that stadium. So we look forward to seeing them every Friday night and having them there with us.
Okay, this question is to the players. What has been the most memorable moment during your football career?
Mine was in 9th grade going to the state championship game playing against Fife. Cause it made me. It's a memorable moment because having all those teammates that really to stay around and made a brotherhood with me. It was my favorite moment.
I had to say the same thing. My 10th grade year, made it back to the state championship game. It's just the environment, with my brothers, and we've just been somewhere we haven't been.
I would say it won't be the state championship game. I'd say third round playoffs, real town. It's late in the game, and I intercepted a ball to help my team to move on to the next round. So I feel like that's my best moment.
Coach, here's a hypothetical for you. You've been to the state championship game where, they were played on the college campuses, and now we found out that that's not going to happen anymore. Protective's still in the mix in Birmingham, but as somebody who's been to that level of it and been a lot of different places, how would you feel about possibly, especially for the small schools, maybe moving the state championship games back on campus at least every now and then?
Excuse me. I'm not a fan of it being on campus, to be honest with you. I think it's playing in the state championship is a big to-do, and it's a reward. And I think you kind of even the playing field and go to a neutral site. You have to look back at what started all of this, too, which was years ago when Comer played in the state championship in '95 in Cordova. And it was mud and rain and everything else everywhere. And Coach Overton got the ball rolling on this. So I think you have to be very, very careful with that. And being honest with you, some facilities that you go to are not as friendly as others as far as just accommodations and facilities and things like that. So I think neutral site would be good. People talk about the stadium's too big and the crowd's not loud enough and things like that. Our crowd was pretty loud in Auburn. So I thought it was a great environment and a great crowd. And it's a great experience for our guys. Most of our guys will not have that opportunity to play on a college field like that. So I think you reward the athletes. We want to do what's best for the kids. I think you reward the athletes.
We have any additional questions for Coach Fawcett and the Comer Tigers? Okay, if we have no further questions, that wraps up our session with B.B. Comer Memorial High School Tigers and Coach Adam Fawcett. Good luck this season. Next up, we'll have Coach Skylar Mansfield and the Winterboro High School Bulldogs.
Bonanza, the famous Western television series, is now on WOIL TV 47. Join Little Joe, Hoss, Adam, and Ben Cartwright on the Ponderosa every weekday morning at 8 a.m. Fist fighting, chicken chasing, gunslinging, and more. Join us for Coffee and Bonanza every weekday morning at 8 a.m. on TV 47.
A funeral service represents a family's final farewell to their loved ones. Knowing this, we go beyond what is expected to ensure the ceremony is beautiful and memorable, a truly fitting tribute to that special life. We invite you to visit us to meet our staff and tour our renovated facility complete with a new dining area and catering services. We've been serving the people of this area for over 40 years, and we think that you'll be pleased to find that making lasting impressions remains our first priority. Curtis & Son Funeral Home, Sylacauga, Childersburg. Bandits Bar and Grill is your stop for great food, family fun, and live music. Wednesday night, it's Cornhole Tournament. Thursday night, Biker Night. Don't forget about the live music, too. Great steaks, full bar, awesome appetizers, wings, nachos, tacos, and fried catfish. Stop in today or give us a call at 256-369-2920. That's Bandits Bar and Grill on Fort Williams and Sylacauga.
Great. What am I going to do now?
Time to visit Brown's Auto Collision.
No problem at all. We've contacted your insurance company and we can get you back into original condition right away. And I just want to remind you that all of our work is covered by a lifetime warranty. We're done.
Wow, that was easy and looks great.
Brown's Auto Collision,
where quality is no accident.
Ugh, I need the King Boys.
Don't call two clowns in a tow truck when you're dreaming of them King Boys.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear the roads of Alabama calling. Tony Sarah Ford has your answer. We offer a great selection of Ford and pre-owned inventories and the Sarah Promise. During our Make It Ford summer sales event, take home a 2023 F-150 with 1.9% APR or up to $6,000 in bonus cash, or a new Explorer with 0% APR and $800 bonus cash, plus no payments for 90 days. Alabama can be yours to discover in a new vehicle from Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga.
It's important. It makes for great practices, I can tell you that. But, you know, at the end of the day, you want to put the talent on the field to be successful.
Trent Garrett, Central Alabama standouts. Coach and players, what are your expectations for the team this season?
My expectation is to get these guys as much exposure as possible. To get these guys, to get a ring on these guys' finger is means everything to me because, you know, me as a high school guy, I never achieved that. But, you know, these guys, with the way they work and these guys coming up through a program of putting in the hard work, I don't know if you guys realize what we have here. We have 3 seniors that can probably play next level ball, but the way they work is, for a 1A school, this stuff is to go unrecognized for these guys is way beneath the standard of what we're trying to present. But for these guys to get a ring would mean everything to me as a coach because of the work that they've put in. I've had Colin and Peyton since they were in the 8th grade, and Jovi came over from TC, and just to say the least, this kid is a tremendous talent. It's not just football, it's baseball, basketball, just a tremendous talent, and definitely a difference maker in our program.
I really just want to go out with a bang for my last season. You're a senior, you got to. If you don't, you're going to feel some type of way, and I don't want to feel some type of way.
And I'm just keep it short and simple. I just want to go to the playoffs, make it all the way through the playoffs, go to the state championship, get a ring.
My main goal is just to give the most effort I can and have the best season possible for it to be my last.
All right, Derek Chapman with Central Alabama Standouts. This question is for Coach. With the recent closure of Talladega County Central, your team has welcomed many newcomers. How did the gelling process work, and how long did it take for the players to adapt to one another?
Well, I think a lot of it is the personality that I've bestowed upon the team that we have. My personality is maybe different than a lot. I don't get into the personal thing. I will go back and say even when I was at Lincoln, the Lincoln-Montfort rivalry, it didn't excite me the way it excite the people that's from those places. So me being from Georgia and just being in a place and being thankful for the place that I'm in definitely helped welcome the mindset of these kids. It was, and we didn't get to pick these kids. These are the kids that was zoned and redistricted to us, and they was assigned to our school. I think my personality and the way that the kids that was already at Winterboro, the way they think, it was open arms. If you can play, you can play. The most important thing in the entire process was they realized that TC has always had talent, and they realized that this is an opportunity for us to go beyond a place that Winterboro's ever been. So, it wasn't a jail of you came from TC and now you're with Winterboro. It was a process of, hey man, welcome over, man. Let's get to winning. Let's do what we need to do. And to be different, to come from a different program, we all got the same mentality. We're from the same region, so. We've already had film on all the players from TC. We've studied the game of their offense and what these kids were familiar with. That's why when Jovi came in at quarterback, if you watch the spring game, we got beat by Talladega, but we threw the ball 40 times. It was to kind of check and see, what is he good at? We were willing to sacrifice an entire offense and redraw a whole lot of what we were good at for success. And we've really seen what he was good at, and we based the offense around him and Javari. And those are 2 kids coming from TC that can play ball.
Trenton Garrett, Central Alabama Standouts. Coach, how have the off-season training and preparations been going?
Well, it's never going to be perfect. I just shake my head because I know it's people putting in more work than we're putting in. But the kids that are consistent, man, I'm super satisfied with what we put forth. And you can ask the kids. It's only one mentality. They cannot play defense if they have not put in the work. I know everybody looking at the numbers that we have, but you go back and you look at a Wadley team that only dressed 18 and played for state championship. So, the numbers are important when you're talking about practice, but really look at the reality of how many kids actually play in a game. You probably play 15 to 18 kids in a game. But, the off season for the kids has been consistent and showed up. They've done everything asked of them. And I'm very confident that these kids have put in more than enough work to have success. Even if it's 2025, they have really gone beyond expectation of what was required.
Coach Short, high school football, Alabama. Coach Mansfield, you talk quite a bit about ball and stuff. I hope your players, I guess, Joby, it's either the one from TC.
Yes.
The other two were with you last year.
Yes.
I hope you understand and realize how close you were. You're in the playoffs on the other side of the state over there in Pickens, and just how close you were in that ball game to winning that game.
It's a 9-point game.
What do you think did you learn from that game that now I've got to do different, or you've already been working on it over the summer, but what have I got to do different to take that little half a step to get there? And that could be a player and coach, but players first.
Well, you see, when we played them, it was, the environment was different. They wasn't ready for the playoff. We was steady going on and on about it's the playoffs. They're not going to take it lightly. Went up there, and it happened. It showed. So now that it happened, everybody's seeing that you can be stopped. You know what I'm saying? And you just got to do better, work harder, do what you can, not what you want.
I've been working a lot on my speed. When we were playing Pickens, I remember they ended up putting one of their, I think it was their running back in front of me at nose guard. And that definitely caused a few slip-ups. So I'm trying to work on my speed, get that up. That'll help with getting to people, getting to the spot I need to be, getting those blocks.
The biggest takeaway that I take from Pickens County, Pickens County won state championship, great tradition of football, but just to look at their facilities and for those kids to get out there and play the way they play, we have no excuse of why we can't achieve success. We have everything necessary and everything we need. But to go back to Pickens County, we had 4 seniors to play in that game. So we didn't graduate a whole lot, and a lot of our young kids got to experience that. A lot of what we're not working on X's and O's right now. We're working on our mentality. We're working on our discipline. We're working on not getting the unnecessary penalties. Just being a different ball club mentally, understanding that we got to do the small things, no penalties, not acting out, not being responsive to things that are not football movements. But I think we played an 8th grader, we played 9th grader. We're growing up. But to see, where Pickens have been and what our game plan was against Pickens, we pretty much set the presence of how we want to be and how we're going to achieve it.
Coach Jim Jacobs, FNN Network. Obviously, you can't play a game. You can't play these games on paper, and it's foolish to look at expectations this early in the year. But if things hold as we see them today, I hope you got plenty of bleachers in Alpine for late October. You guys in Wadley could very well be a top 10 matchup for a region title. I don't know that there's been a game any bigger in Alpine in the last decade.
Well, I will say this. Well, we're looking at the history of what Coach Motley has done at Wadley. It wasn't great when he first got there. It was a tradition of ball, but it wasn't the same winning tradition. To take that team that he had to the state championship with 18 kids, that is a goal of a 1A coach to want to achieve that. But to look at Wadley's roster, You know, this being year 5, and I've played Wadley every year. They're gonna present the same problem every year. It's gonna be hard nosed. You're gonna get the wishbone, and you know, there's a tradition of physicality, and we're just gonna have to match the physicality, and hopefully when they come to Alpine, we have a fire lit under us. I know that, you know, everybody look at things a certain way. You know, I don't look at who they have on their team. I look at how our approach is going to be to that opponent. So, as much as we can worry about us, we'll worry about them when we get to them. I think the atmosphere will be a very different atmosphere from anything that can happen in the regular season. But, you know, the only way that happens is if we take care of business before we get to them. So it's important, but it'll be the main thing when we get to it.
Coach Bruce Carr with B101 Sylacauga. Basically, this is for the players. Kylan and Patton, you guys have played for Coach Mansfield now, for 5 years?
Yes, sir.
And Jovi, you came over when? In June? Is that right? Okay, so you've been there basically for 2 months.
Yes, sir.
These guys have played with him for 5 years. Patton and Kylan, what has it been like to play for Coach Mansfield in your time at Winterboro?
Well, when I first came, I didn't really know how to play football. He taught me pretty much everything I know. And from that, my mentality has been better, and my ego isn't huge, but I can play.
Coach has always pushed us to be the best we can, to make us better. He's always given us great opportunities to make it to the next level, teaching us things we need to know. And it's been pretty good. He's improved me a lot, improved my teammates a lot, improved our team. So yeah, he's a great coach. Sure.
Joey, you're over the last couple of months. Your thoughts about Coach Mansfield as you move forward into your senior year?
Winterboro is always a place I wanted to go, but, you know, at TC, there where my friends were, so I just stayed there with them. So, and Winterboro is a whole different place from TC. Like, the community's way bigger. We get along with each other. And it's just a whole different thing for me. And I'm just not getting into it, but I'm going to get there, and I love it, though.
Coach Beck, and you have a very presence on social media. So I don't know if you players would watch it, but back during the spring when you were running track, remember that ride back if you won one of those maps? And afterwards, all the fans and people were out there screaming and hollering and all that kind of stuff going on. Can you imagine what it would be like if you did that in football? What can you take away? 'Cause, you know, winning breeds winning. What can you take away, players? Was any of y'all on track, guys? So you remember that ride? I mean, I've seen the film. Everybody's seen it on social media. But, Coach, give us an idea of what maybe they can take from that experience of what it was like to win one. Whether it was in a different sport, it's still a state championship.
Well, the reality of what happened in May, we only had 2 seniors on that team. And most of those kids play football that's on the track team. But that state championship in track was pretty much built on the backs of 2 or 3 8th graders, a couple of 9th graders, some 10th graders. So, and these guys are also guys that play football. So what we are, and I tell these guys, the expectations have changed. The mentality have changed. What we're putting on the football team is pretty much what you've seen on the track. And not to get away from talking about the track thing, but you know, we're gonna have some speed on the football field. And we got a quarterback that can throw it a mile. Joey Cole's arm is probably the best I've seen in any quarterback in a long time. And he will have some targets to throw to, and he will have an experienced line in front of him. So, the expectations and the mentality has changed. Man, just to see that bus pull in with escort, to coming to Alpine, to see blue lights, to see those blue lights coming up 76, man, it's super exciting. And that's expectation when we finish the season. We want that feeling every season, regardless of what sport. Stepping on top of somebody's truck, so in some places when they win the Stanley Cup, they tear the city down. So, I don't think anybody should get upset if we won a state championship and they have a dent in their truck. They got insurance.
They had to see Scanty go.
Well,
Coach, name of the pitch from East Alabama now. I saw you guys at the FCA 7-on-7, and kind of similar to Childersburg, I noticed a lot of really talented skill players, but everything happens in the trenches. So talk about the guys you have up front.
Well, I'll let Peyton start talking about his process and his mode of getting ready for the season first.
It's been a lot of hard work. We got a new O-line coach, Coach Keith, and he's been helping form our line a lot more in the technique and the way things are supposed to be done on the line. You've got me, Ponder, which is our left guard, and then our left tackle, Burse, our right guard, Mark, and our right tackle, which is still kind of being switched in and out, might be Tyler Keith or Jamal. But I know that all of us have been working really hard to be the best we can over the summer, and that's really where we're trying to get is the best O-line in 1A.
And, with him speaking of the offensive line that is being assembled, the important thing to realize is all of these guys have experience. So Peyton, Tyler, Ponder, those guys been playing since 10th graders, getting reps as 9th graders. So they've been in a really good developmental phase all the way through. And those guys being seniors will be very experienced on the line. And the kids that we integrated from TC to start on that line, like he said, Khalil Keith has been a true blessing. Like I said, with my administration being on board and bringing him on board to develop this offensive line, I'm probably one of the most blessed individuals coaching football right now because, my job has definitely been easy compared to what it's been in the past. We really have coaches that's coaching kids. It's not just take that group over there and do these drills. We're doing football-oriented drills. So the kids are getting coached not to make the small mistakes, to do the small things right, and to be functional players and to be successful in their position.
Coach, you got a couple uniform combinations. You got the blue on today. You got the nice gray back there. You got white. What's your favorite combination? Also, who decides on whether you're wearing the blue or the gray on a Friday night?
That's up to the kids. If they win, they can get a choice. But, we're going to have a new combination. We're going to have black jerseys that we probably pull out a couple of games, and the blue and the white. So, we just they can wear any uniform. I wouldn't care if they wear pink, as long as they show up on Friday night and win. And pink. I will say this. I know one coach, in order to wear pink, you had to make a donation. So that's probably something we do.
Derek Chapman here with Central Alabama Standouts. Coach, we know the fans play a big part in high school football and high school sports. Do you have anything to say to the Winterburg community?
Get behind what's special. It's something special. I know you did alumni game, and maybe you need to put your spin on trying to pack these stands. But the the community in Winterberry has always been very supportive. Anything these players need, the community has always been behind it. But you know, it's a new phase coming to Winterboro, and we really need our fans to get behind what we're trying to build and where we're trying to go. You know, with the track team winning a state championship, I really expect it to pull up on campus and it be cars everywhere. But you know, we got some diehard fans and parents that do what they can. But you know, when it comes to football, we need that environment to be real hostile, because I know it's going to be some people that we're playing that's going to travel. We have 6 home games, so we need our fans to pack the stands.
Trenton Garrett, since y'all on sendouts, players, what has been the most memorable moments in your career, football career?
When I got my first pick, really. It was pretty nice. I was running, never stopped.
I mean, I got a lot of those, but I can't really choose because all of them happen at TC, so I really don't know.
Name them. Special moments.
Scoring a game, winning touchdown against Donahoe. It wasn't a design run play, but it was a pass play, and I opened it, and I just took it, and I dived for the pylon. I won. We won.
I think beating Decatur Heritage this past year was pretty great. We fought very hard for that win, and it felt great to win it.
Coach, do you have a memorable moment too?
My memorable moments are not positive. I went to Pickens County twice and got sent home twice, and those are my memorable moments of, you know, facing that defeat. You know, I'm like Joby. I have plenty of memorable moments. You know, going 3-7 with a real talented team. You know, if I focus on the positive, I forget about the process that it takes to get to where we're supposed to be. So, don't want to get out of my space. You know, I'm kind of locked in right now and focused on building this thing the best we can build it with the resources that we have.
This question is for the players and coaches. Who is the best NCAA 25 player in the locker room?
Let me redirect that. It's college football 25, not NCAA.
Yes, sir, Coach.
Me.
You know,
Probably Jovi.
Me.
Or Coach.
We really haven't did anything head to head, but you know, I know for a fact I would outthink any of them. So, then anybody want to challenge me? I'm up to the challenge. Yes, I like to play the video game just because I'm a competitor, not because I'm a competitor. I like to win at anything. If we were playing horseshoes, we'll be competing. So I'm never going to, if you beat me, we'll be playing all night till I beat you. And if you quit, I'm going to find a reason for you to play. Ask my kids. My kids don't want to play, so I threaten them with Starburst. They want Starburst. Hey, the only way you're going to get them is you play the game. So.
Coach, I've seen you run them kids up and down that hill. Now, your kids.
Well, that's a win-win situation. They want something, and I want something out of them. So.
All right. If there are no further questions for Coach Mansfield and the Winterboro Bulldogs, that wraps up this session. Next up, our final session of the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day, the Alabama School for the Deaf, Silent Warriors. Good luck, Coach Mansfield and players.
Thank you.
Thank you.
great. What am I going to do now?
Time to visit Brown's Auto Collision.
No problem at all. We've contacted your insurance company and we can get you back into original condition right away. And I just want to remind you that all of our work is covered by a lifetime warranty. We're done.
Wow, that was easy and looks great.
Brown's Auto Collision.
Where quality is no accident.
I need the king, boys.
Don't call two clowns in a tow truck when you're dreaming of them king boys.
There's a lot in life to smile about. Are loose dentures or missing teeth keeping you from enjoying the things you love? Don't miss out on enjoying life's precious moments. You can be you again with affordable mini dental implants. You can smile again, laugh out loud, and have your self-confidence back. Let us help you make it memorable.
I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
Bonanza, the famous Western television series, is now on WOIL TV47. Join Little Joe, Hoss, Adam, and Ben Cartwright on the Ponderosa every weekday morning at 8 a.m. Fist fighting, chicken chasing, gunslinging, and more. Join us for Coffee and Bonanza every weekday morning at 8 a.m. on TV47.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear the roads of Alabama calling. Tony Sarah Ford has your answer. We offer a great selection of Ford and pre-owned inventories and the Sarah Promise. During our Make It Ford summer sales event, take home a 2023 F-150 with 1.9% APR or up to $6,000 in bonus cash, or a new Explorer with 0% APR and $800 bonus cash, plus no payments for 90 days. Alabama can be yours to discover in a new vehicle from Tony Sarah Ford in Sylacauga.
I'd like to welcome everyone back to the 13th Annual Talladega County Coaches Association High School Football Media Day here at First Bank of Alabama in Talladega. Our final session of the day is the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors, with head coach Paul Kulick entering his 18th season at the helm. With Coach Kulick today, we have Braden Weeks and Chris Weaver. Alabama School for the Deaf will open their season at home on August the 24th against the Tennessee School for the Deaf.
This question is for Coach Trenton Garrett, Central Alabama Standouts. Coach, what are your expectations for the team this season?
Okay. This season is going to be a big difference from our past year. We lost several good players this last year, with Damon Winfrey graduating, Chris Williams graduated, and Tri-Allen Washington also were three seniors we had. They were wonderful players, good leaders, had a great team together with them. This year, we had 4 wins, 4 losses last year. This year, we got Braden Weeks and then Chris Weaver to step up. I think both of them are going to be able to take over. They've been watching the other guys and how they led, like Damian and Chris especially. So I think they'll be able to take over this year. I've got 6 seniors this year and 7 juniors. So we should have a pretty good season this year, is my expectation. And we're playing all deaf schools. This is the first time this ever happened in a season for us. We always usually have a few public hearing schools we play against, but this year we are playing against all deaf schools. I think the hearing schools are probably scared of us. I've been asking them, nobody wanted to play us, so so that we ended up playing all deaf schools this season. And we're only playing 8-man instead of 11-man this year. We're not doing any 11-man. And I think that's going to help us out, especially having a smaller school. We only got like 75 high school students and 20 to 25 players coming to camp. We'll start that August 4th. And so hopefully all 20 of those 20 or 25 show up. But I think we'll have a good season as we go along. And our first game, as he said, is going to be against the Tennessee School for the Deaf on August 24th.
Are there any particular games that you're focused on this year?
That we have 2 that they're not in the Mason-Dixon conference that we're in. We always play the Tennessees and Mississippi and Florida. Normally we're playing against them, but this year we have 2 pretty big schools. We're playing against California Deaf School at Fremont. They're going to fly here and play against us this year, and then we are going to Austin, Texas School for the Deaf. Both of those are bigger schools. Like Texas, they play 6-man though, so we're going to have to play 6-man against them. And then over there in Austin, they got about 500 students though at their school, and we've only got 20 players and 25 players, and I just feel honored that Alabama's one of the best schools in the nation, I think, and especially with Dennis Gillum, our new president of AIDB. We always called ourselves home as the champions, and we are.
This question is to the players. How fun is it to travel from state to state and play a game that you love?
Very fun. Since 7th grade, we've been doing a lot of traveling, and we've been really flexible. I mean, we've been from many places, like I said, to California, Texas, Mississippi. We've just been traveling all over, and it's a good new experience, and I think the players need this type of experience, especially considering college and all of that. We'll be moving a lot.
Yeah, and it just give us the events to move around, figure out stuff like meet new people, and just travel and have a great time playing.
What are your expectations for your defense this year?
We're going to do 3. We're going to have a 3-3 defense this year. Normally, we usually have a pretty good defensive team, so I'm not worried. I know we'll have another good defensive team this year. We've got LaKendrick Agee is going to be back. Safety, he's one of our best players. He's a junior. Peter Joseph Brownlee, he's a junior as well. He's a defensive end, and he's big, tall. He's about 6'2", about 190 pounds. So having those, with that weight, I think will be good. We got Chris here, Weaver, linebacker, and then Braden is our nose guard. So I think, we got good cornerbacks this year, and we're getting all 6 back we only lost 2 out of the players we had last year on defense. Will be good.
All right, Coach, what is your long-term vision for the program, and how do you measure success?
We're always proud to play against the other deaf schools, especially the ones in the Mason-Dixon Conference where we win the championship. Usually the championship falls between us and Florida, and Tennessee, and sometimes, and Mississippi's in there as well. It's kind of like considered like the SEC for deaf schools. We're always proud to, whichever one of us wins it. So I think Alabama, of course, is the best always. So we keep our expectations there, and to keep that tradition of being the home of champions alive.
Yes, this is Bruce Carr from B101 FM in Silicago. This is for Coach Kulick. Coach, where do you draw from as far as your players are concerned?
Well, having a small number, like I said, 20 and 25, one thing I get concerned about is when we're playing here in schools, because normally public schools, they play Friday nights, and we end up playing on Saturday afternoon and stuff. So, we'd love to play Friday nights and, kind of feel normal as far as high school playing, and college on Saturday, and then you have Sunday, the NFL, so you'd have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but we end up playing on Saturday. But having a smaller number, again, ASD's got about 75 high school students total, so just pulling from that. And smaller school, one of the smaller schools in the state of Alabama that has a football team. And we got 25 or 30 players out of 75 students. That's a pretty good number, compared to other deaf schools out there. Texas having 500, and they only have 20 players, though, in that school. So percentage-wise, proportionally, we're doing very well. And all the deaf schools, in America right now, none of them play an 11-man anymore. They're all going down to 8-man across the nation because of the declining numbers. And in the Midwest area, like Iowa, Missouri, Minnesota, Arkansas, places like that, they're playing 6-man. So, I do get worried. I'm not worried. I don't expect us to go 6-man. I think 8-man will be as far as we go, so I'm okay there.
Do most of the players come from around this area?
The kids come from all over all different towns across the state. We got players from Montgomery. We got some from Mobile, some from Huntsville, Birmingham. They're from all over. When the football camp starts next week, we'll have all come in. They'll stay in the dorms on campus, and they'll continue in the dorms there at the school.
So I would assume is it very difficult or not very difficult to have off-season workouts?
Oh yeah, I get so jealous. Like I saw Winterboro walk out, and they're so big. I'm like, man, we're big, okay, but we don't get to work out during the summertime together. All our kids, like I said, their hometowns are scattered throughout the state, so we can't do that. I wish, we could do some off-season workouts during the summer, but our boys, though, they do a great job. Like last spring, they worked out while they were here. In the fall, they do a good job working out. It's kind of like we start all over. When camp starts, it'll be kind of like starting all over again, getting into the routine of it. So the first couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, we struggle, but after that, they play a lot better. I wish, my team would be ready before the season starts. But it's always 2 or 3 weeks into the season before we get going.
One more question. You're going to play 8-man football, and I have to admit, I have never, and I'm 62 years old, I've never seen an 8-man football game. Tell us a little bit about how that works.
Come on, see it. Come on, watch us.
Tell us a little bit about how 8-man football works and so forth.
Okay. Oh, the tackles are out on the offensive line. Tackles are out. Got about 5 on the line. We require at least 3 on the line, meaning that you have the center and the guards. Then you got receivers out on the side. Then you got a back, quarterback, running back. So for 8-man, if you can find somebody that can run, like maybe a 4.3 or 4.2, it's over. It's heaven. We're going to have a great year. So, they'll be gone the whole time. Defense, we've got to figure out, how they're going to stop. You've got somebody that fast. It's always nice. And we have a lot of smaller sized that we can rotate in. That's always nice. So 8-man's fun. 11-man, you're depending on size, heavier weight, and hitting each other hard all the time. But this year, we got 3 pretty big size boys on line this year. Braden here, he's going to lead our offensive line. We also have Noah Merritt, who's another pretty good sized guy. And then we have another boy, Andarius Fitton. He's a big boy, and they're all 3 seniors. So like I said, we should have a good season with them on the line, and it could be either quick run or it could be heavy running. But it should be a good year. You just come on and watch us, and you'll get the idea. And also, I'll warn you, it's a high scoring game as well. It can be. You could have 60, 80 points in a game. Compared to 11 man, of course, that's not going to happen. Maybe 40 or 50, but 8 man, 80, 90, you can get on up there.
This question is for Coach. What strategies do you use to motivate your players?
We always, we set up speed, when we're working out. If we got good speed in the program, that keeps them going, I think. Chris Moon, he's our track coach at the school, and Cedric Tyson, our assistant coach on track. They have a great track program, and so they kind of keep them, running, keep that going. And that just passes on to me, and I have no problem motivating them. I got speed, and that's good for our 8-man, like I said, for 8-man team.
This question is for players. What is your favorite part of the game of football?
My favorite part of the game is just to have fun and hit people and just score and have fun with my teammates and stuff.
It would be like the people we met along the way, the friends that motivate us to keep us playing hard and keep us going. And like I said, when we play all the deaf schools, you go around and you meet a lot of new people. And when you see that those people have things over you, it makes you want to improve and push yourself harder. And I think that's the most motivating factor for me in the game.
Trent and Garrett, since y'all on standouts, this question is for the players. Players, how do you feel about the upcoming season, and what are your personal goals?
I'm feeling good so far. Been trying to keep active, and I'm trying to get the team together, and hopefully we'll do pretty great this season. And I look forward to doing everything we can.
I feel like we're going to have victory during all our games, and my goal is to just be champions, still be the champions.
And I want to go back to question 4. It's a little bit different. Our culture, having a deaf team, and then we go, like he was mentioning, going to the deaf schools, and kind of motivating each other. Trying to think, are they better? Are we better? And they have that communication there too. So they're able to do that trash talking that goes on because they can understand each other. So you that's a motivator, I think, in a game. And they're always hard games, playing against our deaf schools. They're not better than us, we're better than them kind of thing. When we're playing hearing teams, you don't have that. They're talking, but we're not understanding what they're saying. So, we always, we hit hard, but they play harder. So, not having that communication, that trash talk, is not the same as when we played the deaf schools.
Coach, we mentioned that that you go out of state and play different teams. How do you all travel going out of state?
AIDB's got a great transportation part. They also, we get charter buses. They allow us to use those to go travel on charter buses if it's farther. They've been great to us. They've covered the cost of everything, so always been good to us. We've got 2 of those long trips. One in Connecticut and one in August and one in September. We'll have 2 farther trips. September and October, excuse me. So we'll have some longer trips then. And then next year, those long trips, we'll be flying out to California. We flew there last year. It was a wonderful experience, wonderful opportunity for our team to go visit and fly. So California will be flying to us this year. So I think that'd be great. And Fremont, California, just to mention, their head coach, Herminio Gonzalez, used to be my assistant coach, and he was also head coach here at one time at ASD for a few years, and then went to California. Now he's coming back to play us. So. We got 3, and they're good. Really great asset for our football program. We got Chris, of course, Chris Weaver, Quintavious Tenny Hill, and then Ricky Weaver. They'll be on this team. They were on it last year, and they're ready to, I think, step up this year. Well, Chris Williams, that was here last year, and also Damian Winfrey, they worked together. Chris he's able to speak and sign, and Damian was real motivated to learn sign. So they always, were signing and speaking at the same time. And so they both communicated through spoken language and sign language. And I've got assistant coaches. I got one that's great, Marlon White. He can also speak. So they're able to hear and understand. And now, with Chris gone, Braden's kind of taken over a little bit and able to talk and sign. So it's nice to have, several players who are able to sign and talk, both do spoken language. And the brotherhood they have is very strong together, so they're very close with each other. And, just like last year, wrestling. We kind of surprised when we showed up at ASB supporting their boys on the wrestling team, kind of, and it was thrilled to see us come. They were thrilled to see us come over there. So it's a wonderful kind of brotherhood between ASB and ASD. The prom and ASB and ASD last year, prom also held it together. So it was the best time. So I don't foresee any problem. They'll keep that continuity going between the two.
Okay, if there are no further questions, that will wrap it up with the Alabama School for the Deaf Silent Warriors. Coach Kulick and players, good luck this season. I would like to thank all the members of the media today for coming out and supporting our student athletes here in Talladega County. Would also like to thank the good folks at First Bank of Alabama for sponsoring our event and being our host. Hope everyone has a wonderful season, and good luck.
There's number 70 jogging off the field, Braden Wood.
10. Crowd kind of quiet now.
After putting these young guys in, seems like the Fayetteville defense is doing a lot better.
No,